Good day, good afternoon. Welcome to Savvy Contemporary, and welcome to the invocations of For the Phoenix to Find Its Form in Us on Restitution, Reparation, and Rehabilitation. It's been an intensive project, but also especially because this is no light topic. It's also nothing to be done just for a short period of time. And Savvy Contemporary has been working on this for the past 10 years or so, with the idea of stretching the notion of restitution to accommodate, to inhabit, to take over the space of rehabilitation. For restitution to mean reparation, for restitution to mean redemption, and for restitution to mean something like redressing. We are obviously not the first to work on such a project. And as contemporary as the topic might be, there are many people that have worked on it in the past, and it would be good to acknowledge a few. And I would like to start by acknowledging the Oba of Benin, who from the very first moment of the ravaging of the Kingdom of Benin started asking for the return of the artifacts. But I would also like to mention Thaddeus Nko, who in 1974, upon the return of the Afro-Akom to Cameroon, did an incredible speech. He was the cultural attaché of Cameroon to the US. And the Afro-Akom had been stolen from the Cameroonian people, from the people of Khyam, in 1969 and sent to the US. And he said, the Afro-Akom is beyond money, beyond value. It is the heart of the Khyam people. It unifies the tribe, the spirit of the nation. It is what holds the people together. And this was extremely important because they had put a price tag of $30,000 or so on the Afro-Akom. And it was important for him to make a statement that goes beyond the economic value. But I'd also like to take some time to acknowledge Mukta Amadou Matambo, who was the head of the UNESCO, and he wrote a very important paper in 1978 with the title, A Plea for the Return of the Irreplaceable Cultural Heritage to Those Who Created It. And I'll read out the very first line from this letter, this address to the UNESCO, which he said, one of the most noble incarnations of a people's genius is its cultural heritage, built up over the centuries by the work of its architects, sculptors, painters, engravers, goldsmiths, and all the creators of forms who have contrived to give tangible expression to the many-sided beauty and uniqueness of that genius. The vicissitudes of history have nevertheless robbed many peoples of a priceless portion of this inheritance in which their enduring identity finds its embodiment. He goes on to make this very powerful plea. So when we hear governments and people talking about the return of stolen goods to the people today, we should know that there were many people that came before that did the same cries, and it's important to remind ourselves of this fact so that these things don't remain just as a trend. We need to keep track. I also wanted to mention that the we use for restitution, for reparation, for rehabilitation, for redemption, for redressing, it's not meant to be a simple idea of return. Time has changed, spaces have changed. So the idea of the is meant to be understood as a going forward, and that forward should take us back to the people. So it's more sophisticated than a simple notion of return. And the last point I have to make before passing on to my colleagues here is the idea of repair. To be able to repair, one needs to repair on both ends. You know, as Aimé Césaire said on the discourse on colonization, and the way it was reflected upon also by Paulo Freire in the Pedagogy of the Oppressed, that to be able to dehumanize somebody, you need to dehumanize yourself. So if you cause harm to somebody, you also cause harm to yourself. So if we need to think about reparation, we need to think about repair, we have to think also of the repair of those who did the stealing. And that's the note on which I would like to end. And thank you all for being with us, and looking forward to the 3 days of invoking. Thank you.
Thank you, Bonaventure. I would like to stress from where you just paused on those who are responsible for injuries. It is also important to understand that the re of restitution, rehabilitation, repair is not only that to stress and to look forward, but also to review, to reform, meaning also to transform. So the responsibles of colonial crimes need to review the legacy, the legislature that had enabled them to commit the crime, and that until today, they take as a legitimacy to tell the ones that have been injured that they can only claim entities back based on the crimes of legacy, the crimes of legislature, meaning we cannot do anything because back then the law had enabled us to go into regions, into your regions, to invade them and to make ours what we had claimed is ours. This is a crime in itself, and this is what we want to stress out in that project, which is a more than 1 year long project, during which we look onto the communities that know best what, as Trixie Munyama says, the bones remember. Trixie Munyama, performer from Namibia, from the regions that we know well, has a long history, and that Germany has a long-term responsibility to understand that the genocides committed on the continent, the African continent and beyond, need to be looked, need to be recognized, and to be taken into account on the necessity of that remembrance and the repair and the transformance. I would also like to mention Mnyaka Sururumboro from Tanzania, whose path to Germany comes from the history of his relatives who were fighting the colonial crimes committed in Tanzania. And until today, trying to find the skull of his relative and to bring back that dignity, but also remembrance for the communities of Tanzania and beyond. So in that, I would like to bring on a proverb from Rwanda: truth goes through fire and doesn't burn. And in that imagery of the phoenix, what we call truth is not the evidence, it's not the factual, it's not how anyone would have put names on how we should view things, but it is what gives a balance. So in that case, truth that goes through fire and doesn't burn are the ones who speak until today, are the bones that still remember, are the ones that can say what is needed for that injury to come back into a place and a space of movement, of being with the surrounding and being connected with themselves. So in that term, it is important to understand that we are regional, we are also a psyche, we are the ones that come from our ancestors and that connect to them. So on one aspect, with which I will then pause, are the spirits that are part of that long-term project, are the spirits that, for example, Nora Chipaumire is invoking, the ones that were doing the liberation from not only economic crimes, not only physical crimes, but the dignity, meaning that until today they don't express what has happened, they don't not only recognize that, but I don't do the actions. So the fact that until today we are here, and that until today restitution is being a project, a long-term project from the communities that know well what has been done, is that the actions are still lacking. And with these spirits, for example, the Chimurenga, but also the Mbuyas, and also the Nyabingis, we recall on the ones that give us birth, our mothers, our relatives. So this is recognition on the ones that still continue carrying us and carrying on the union. With that, I would like to pass on to our co-curator, Nora.
Thank you, Arlette. I'm really happy I was able to join my collaborators here in person. And just to give a little bit of context, this was a project collaboratively developed with Savi and Ifa, and unfortunately Rahul Gudipudi and Alia Septi could not join us, but they're with us in spirit. Just to give a bit of context also to where I'm coming from to this collaboration, I came to it through probing some of these urgencies discussed here today via our exhibitions program at the Jameel Art Center in Dubai, beginning with a group exhibition, Phantom Limb, in 2019, following into Michael Rakowitz's solo show in 2020, along with many discussions around these subjects and culminating in a forthcoming book. But I'm thrilled that some of these conversations began in Dubai could be expanded here in dialogue with so many important voices addressing the urgent need to repair, restore, and return, and not forgetting that at the heart of these is the courage to open up to true accountability, which, as Michael Rakowitz so eloquently puts it, true accountability is an ongoing repair through discourse and reckoning, something that is never finished. And unfortunately, the urgencies around these questions grow with each passing day as empire and colonial regimes continue to inflict the same wounds, continuing to empty lands and extract bodies and matter. So today in these invocations is an invitation to think together of what it might mean to break the vitrine, to open up to potential histories, to piece together refracted worlds, to tell stories, to remember, to return and reclaim, and to demand an otherwise. And we can say that looking at the past is like looking at the light from a dead star. It might no longer be there, but it continues to shine, to guide us and situate us in space, and through its light we come to see where we are going. And that's just a short note from me, and I want to thank again my collaborators for this amazing opportunity to be here, and for all the participants in the invocations today, and very much looking forward to the next 3 days. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Nora, but thank you to my colleague. Thank you for the meaningful words, but especially thank you for the truthful and long-term engagement that you all three have really in the politics of restitution, an engagement that is not just a curatorial one, but I would say really an activist one, and one that is performed with the daily work and that you're doing, and human and political beings that you're embodying. So I'm very grateful and thankful for having walked with this path together. Thank you, Arlette. Thank you, Nora. Thank you, Bonaventure. But as Nora mentioned, we should really also thank Alia Septi, who will join us later tomorrow, and Rahul Gudipidi, who were part of the curatorial team of this exhibition for the Phoenix to find its form in us. What we're going to do for these 3 days, it's the first time we are doing an invocations, finally again also in presence in this new space in Reinickendorfer Straße 17. So I'm telling that also for those who are still home listening to us and inviting you to come here. And we're doing that loudly, even if I should whisper that, and boldly. So we are going to wave together words, notes, bodily expression, moving images from today until Sunday night, I would say always from morning until late evening and night, to contemplate the ways in which the phoenix is finding its form in us. And we are gathering to actually ponder and speculate collectively, pondering the sociocultural, the legal, the financial, and the political entanglements of restitution. We call this format, this public program, Invocations, exactly because, as Bonaventure mentioned, we are invoking, and what this time we are trying to invoke together is the possibility or impossibility, maybe the in parentheses, of repair that artists, activists, scholars carried together, again in polyvocality, and we focus on the struggles for the reparation of dignity, imagining paths of reparations, and especially making evident the forms of accountability, rehabilitating violated epistemologies, and acknowledging the continuous histories of displacement and of looting. Together, we ask, and we will continuously ask, what are possible formats of reparations? How can communities and vulnerable individuals be remunerated and supported beyond the words that are always uttered, but without the actions that, as Arlette was saying, these actions are not yet there. What forms of solidarity are possible when relations are broken beyond repair? How can we enact this reconciliation that we are talking about? And especially, I would say also, what are our institutional responsibilities and commitments as artists, people, cultural worker? What is our role also as curator? I speak also from my position in this labor of repairing, a labor that is painful and so long-term. Nora already mentioned some words of Rakovits, but I also want to repeat some of them, because at Savi, in the exhibition, we are still having, so when you're coming you will see some pieces, but we are showing a letter that Michael Rakovits addressed to Universal Museum director or curator, anonymously, where he is making very clear and quite boldly that there is an inadequacy of apology versus accountability. Because apology, when uttered, unburdens the person, saying more than it yields, unburdens the person saying it more than it yields the person to whom it's directed. So it's really the true accountability that is this ongoing repair, and this is what we will try to do here through reckoning and discussing and performing and being there with our bodies and with our participation. Reparations are understood juridically as compensations for historical crimes and inequities, having the aim of redeeming injustice and supporting specific groups of people and populations to prosper. But reparations correspond to both immaterial and material injuries, since the injuries of the past actions are not just experienced materially, but felt intergenerationally, corporeally, and affectively. But so how can plunder, theft, rape, and systematic destruction carried out by the West, by its armies, traders, religious, scientific, and political be repaired, how can a possible reconciliation be processed? Considering reparation not only and just as a financial debt, this program, in these 3 days, will grapple with the work and the labor, and I really want to stress the word labor, of activists, scholars, poets, artists, that address reparations and as a means of finding, and I'm quoting, new ways of redeeming bodies in our society. Reparation, as the poet Harmony Holiday, who is going to be with us on Saturday, stresses, reparation can begin in the body, because this is where our poem must begin. I'm using her words. Our poem must teach us new ways to use our body, must watch with us and walk with us, and burst through us as a new light. Even if it hurts, even if it means we have to relearn self-love through the eyes of a truer, more unified self. So this unified self in these 3 days will be composed by many people, and as tradition at Savi, we want to mention and utter all the names of the people that will be being one thing in this room with us. So we will be with Pio Abad, Basel Abbas, and Ruanne Abou-Rahme, Khyam Allami, with Yule Normal and Julia Tieke, Noah Angell, Arjun Appadurai, Archive, Oumar Atakosso, Daniel Romuald BITOUH, Benji Boyadgian, Hamze BITYCI, Nora Chipaumire, Mwazulu Diyabanza, Manuela Garcia Aldana, Samia Henni, who I see here, Harmony Holiday, Simon Inu, Gladys Calicini, Yuko Kazeki, Ciao Tayana Maina, Musa Michelle Mattiuzzi, Mnaya Sururumboro, Wayne Modest, Molemo Moiloa, Trixie Muniama, Marian Pastor Roses, Zaratiana Randranatainana, Michael Rakovitz, Nora Razian, Damian Regera, Avni Setti, Linda-Philomène Songuni, and the Jugendgruppe We Sind Here. I am not done with this invoking of names. That is very important. I have to, first of all, also invoke the names of the funders. As we stressed in the project many times, we are thinking it's very important to shift the perspective of this debate on restitution from the West to the real vulnerable communities, the communities that have been looted. But at the same time, we always acknowledge the fact that as much as we are a space of diasporic subjects, we are acting from Berlin, and we are acting in a German context with also German fundings. That's why all the people that are part of this program, the exhibition, but also and especially all the laboratories that we are carrying on in the coming year and a half are the central part of the project, and are the one really unfolding the narrative, not being us maneuvering or directing this, but really doing this together. That said, I was making a short premise to say that we are thankful for the funders also to have made this project possible, and we want to mention them. The project is funded by the Kulturstiftung des Bundes, the German Federal Cultural Foundation, Art Jamil Art Center, and IFA Gallery, Berlin. And the people of Savi Contemporary are coming at the end, but are always the first names that have to be mentioned, because this is exactly the space where this labor of repairing happens on a daily basis by the unfolding of what we do together. So I want to mention all the names of the people that are making Savi, that are embodying Savi. So, yeah, Linan Balatbat Helbok, Onur Simen, Sagal Farah, Billy Fovo, Raisa Galofre, Juan Pablo Garcia Sosa, Anna Jäger, Kimani Joseph, Laura Klöchner, Kelly Krugman, Antonio Mendes, Camila Metvali, Arlette Louisen Dakose, Bonaventure Sobejeng Dikung, Abhishek Nilambert, Mohamed Salah Abdulaziz, Lema Sikod, Megna Sig, Lili Simoji, Ola Zilnieska. Yes, and myself, my name, I didn't mention that at the beginning, is Elena Gudio. So the program is very, very rich. We have another 2 minutes to tell you that we are really inviting you to come in the space, to come actually with a negative test. That's important also for the people that are vaccinated. We need to keep the space safe, especially for older people that are coming. Yes, and this program is hybrid. The first part of the program is happening online, and the second part of the program for today from 4:30 p.m. is happening on site here at Savi Contemporary. And for those that are in Berlin and can make it to come to the space, we really warmly invite you to come, because it's exactly this bodily labor of repairing that we have to do together by being there with our physicality and our bodies. Do we want to say something else? No. Stay with us and come here with us. Thank you.
So Abou is an artist who's part of our exhibition in IFA Gallery, Filipino Art. It's my pleasure to introduce you to Abou and Mariam Pastor-Roses, who are both participating in our exhibition and long-term engagement called For the Phoenix to Find Its Form in Us on Restitution, Rehabilitation and Reparation. So Abou is an artist who's part of our exhibition in IFA Gallery. Pio is a Filipino artist living and working in London. He began his art studies at the University of the Philippines before receiving a BA from Glasgow School of Art and an MA from the Royal Academy Schools, London. Recent exhibitions include For the Phoenix to Find Its Form at IFA and Savi Contemporary, Things Entangling Museum of Contemporary Art Tokyo, Phantom Limb at Jamil Art Center in Dubai, who is a collaborator in this journey. To Make Wrong Right Now, the second Honolulu Biennial in Hawaii, and Imagined Nation at the 12th Gwangju Biennial 2018. He has also curated exhibitions at Museum of Contemporary Art and Design in Manila in 2018 and Spike Island, Bristol 2019. Pio Abad is also a lecturer in fine art at Goldsmiths, University of London. Our second participant tonight is Marian Pastor-Rosas, who we are working with in regards to laboratories, also in this project. She is an independent curator working from her base in the Philippines, where she founded the country's only museum development corporation, Taonic, in 1992. The company maintains a focus on curation that takes up ethical questions at the intersection of museology, power, asymmetries, art-making, heritage, and urbanization. Among others, established the University of the Philippines Manila Museum to History of Ideas, the Bangsamoro Museum at the establishment of the new Bangsamoro Autonomous Region for Muslim Mindanao after 50 years of a secessionist war, Museo Marino for the Union of Seafarers, and the Cultural Center of the Philippines, CCP, Museum of Philippine Culture. Tao Inc. is establishing a new digital museum for the CCP 21 AM and a museum to cross-cultural understanding in the southern island racked by violence over the past decades. It's my great pleasure and honor to introduce both of you and to welcome you to a conversation. Welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll have Pio say the first words.
No, I mean, thank you for organizing this. And I'm really disappointed I don't get to see the exhibition, because it sounds, like a really important place to reflect on everything that seems to be happening at the moment. And it does seem like everything is happening all at once at the moment. So it's actually quite a difficult time to kind of order thoughts. And I really value these moments when, you're made to focus and reflect on things. And I guess for the purposes of, the exhibition and this Invocations, I think it's worth reflecting on this idea of return. And maybe in particular, this idea of the difficulty of return, or maybe even the impossibility of return, for me, on a very immediate physical level, it's the impossibility of returning home is so, it's exhausting to think about. And it's really difficult to not, I haven't been back to the Philippines since 2018. And it's tough to not be there at the time when, there are layers and layers of trauma. The Philippines is, as Marianne said earlier before we start recording, it has the longest lockdown because of the pandemic, but also since 2018, there's just been endless series of political upheavals. And family and loved ones have been affected by this. So that inability to return is something I think of every day. And on, I guess, a more conceptual level, the difficulty of return is something that has been central, perhaps, to my practice, and I would say to Marianne's as well. And grappling with this impossibility maybe has been productive in some ways. It's what drives me to, I guess, weave together counter narratives, and maybe that's where we start, Marianne. I think the last time we were physically in the same space was, interestingly, in Dubai.
Dubai.
Would have been October. Oh my God, October 2019.
Was it 2019? Yes,
it was 2019.
That's
so
right.
Me and Francis, my wife and collaborator, were installing the work for Jamil, and you were there preparing for the Dubai Expo, which is finally happening.
Pavilion,
yeah,
for the World Expo in Dubai, which is opening, by the way, on October the 1st of this year, finally.
And then we get to see each other there again.
we are about to see each other again, and we didn't plan this. So, yeah, we're going to see each other. So we're still not home.
We're still not home.
Yeah, I have a bit of a different complication about home, because I had not in the last 50 years felt that my practice had a home in the Philippines. And being stubborn and being politically oriented, I have always insisted that I find a place, not a place called home, but a place for political engagement. And this is the reason why I created that organization, my corporation that makes museums, because I can at least stay engaged in the Philippines with particular professional pieces of work, even as I, in effect, look to the rest of the world for, well, firstly, intellectual sustenance. Secondly, the ability to be a critic, because it's impossible to be a critic in the Philippines. So I am a critic outside the Philippines. And thirdly, because there is a sense for me of, very strangely, it's a kind of déraciné. But perhaps we can talk about that later. For the moment, I think what Pio wants me to kind of move into is that we also, aside from meeting each other in Dubai by happenstance, and now it's going to be twice, there's London, which had become a bit of an intersection. And I'd like to draw Pio back into bringing us together in London.
I think, it's interesting when you say that you've been trying to find a home for your practice. And I think, I think for me, one of the few delights of the pandemic was we've been able to have these extended conversations. I think over the past 18 months, really, we check in every now and then, and actually limiting this particular conversation to 30 minutes, because it's going to be difficult, because normally we go on for about 2.5 hours.
Yes, that's
but I think going back to this idea of place, I think what I've valued from our exchanges is that actually, as you've said, you've struggled to find a place for your work. For many of us, and I'm very aware of of the value of this intergenerational conversation we've had. But for many artists, thinkers, and curators from my generation, the work that you've produced over the past few years has been an incredible site of refuge, of thinking through things, and on good days, and I think we've both shared this kind of ambivalence that our works as artists and curators, although I think curator kind of doesn't quite encompass everything that you do, on good days, I do believe in its imaginative possibilities, and on good days, I do believe in the archive as a site of resistance that wavers, obviously, depending on the political wind.
Yeah, depending on the day or the hour.
Yeah. So I think in terms of like London and this site having a place, maybe talk about that inventory that has been, for me, has been really important to think of. And I know that I'm always worried about asking you to talk about it because you've talked about it so much. But it's a very important work for me, and it's foundational, I think, for a lot of people my age who are looking to your work as guidance and as inspiration as well.
Yes, I'll jump in and say there's a website at SOAS hosted by the University of London, and it has its title is Mapping Philippine Cultural Materials overseas, outside the Philippines. The history of this particular website is something that I did 20 years ago. And that is the time, it was the centennial of the Declaration of Philippine Independence. And, when occasions like that roll along, there are occasions for curatorial projects of some magnitude. And so the curatorial project that I initiated and accomplished is a global inventory of Philippine materials held by museums all over the world. This was accomplished with the equivalent of the State Department in other countries, the Department of Foreign Affairs. So in tandem with Philippine ambassadors, actually, I don't normally hang around with ambassadors, but with this particular project, it was the most practical thing to do, was to instruct ambassadors to go to particular museums to ask for their accession records. So accession records became a very important piece of project design. Because at that time, 20 years ago, museums did not allow people into accession records except for scholars. It's not anything that's public, but also because before the digitization of everything, everything was written down in cards. And especially things that have been in the museums for 100 years, 200 years, in Spain for more than 300 years. The archives of museum materials are on cards and legatos, books of inventories. So for museology, it was quite an experience to get the entire database in some form. It was in hard copy form 20 years ago. And so it was accomplished. Copies, there were CDs at the time, so copies and CD were distributed to the National Museum of the Philippines and the Department of Foreign Affairs. It ends there. In the last 20 years, Theo, I think you know this, no one actually used it or was interested in it, or found any value in it. And so 20 years later, which was 2 years ago, Christina Juan of SOAS said, why don't we digitize and put it online? And that's how, Pio, that's how you came across it, right? It is now online, the entire, well,
It
not
is,
yet.
yeah. I mean, I think I've known about it for quite some time, but I think the first time I actually kind of saw you speak about it, and speaking of the impossibilities of return, was at the Parasite conference in Hong Kong.
Oh, right. That's right, yes.
Just thinking about, we had this conference about restitution in Hong Kong in 2018, and I'm not entirely sure whether these gatherings or these conversations would be possible at that particular place now.
That's right, yeah.
But in terms of, sites as well, I find it interesting and mildly amusing that, London has been key for both of us when, we're both, although we're both quite ambivalent with, the idea of nation or nation building.
Absolutely.
London seems to have been a site for our practice. And it's quite strange because I think the Philippines is not part of the national story of the UK up until recently, when British people realized that their health services is propped up on the backs of Filipino labor. But to find this as a site for both our practices when it's so removed in a way from Philippine history,
reality,
I think is interesting.
Yes. It's also interesting because London does not figure in the Filipino imagination at all.
Yeah.
You only have to go to parts of the good old Commonwealth. I spent a lot of time in Australia, for example, when you realize that the world is not America as we thought it was. If you were a child growing up in the Philippines, we kind of really thought that the entire world consisted of the United States. And so it was a bit of a culture. It wasn't a shock, but there was a bit of cultural negotiation to understand that the British world is a very big world. You need a little bit of a click in your mental mapping. But yeah, then suddenly there's the entire inventory of Philippine material culture is now being hosted by SOAS in London. I am quite pleased. They're very professional, and it's open access. There are no passwords. And so anyone, hypothetically, can access Philippine materials that are deposited in the world. But it begs the question to those who are not familiar. Obviously, there are very few people who are familiar with this. Certainly, Filipinos are not familiar with this. That this is not an exaggeration. Probably more than 99% of Philippine material culture is not in the Philippines. And Filipinos do not know that these materials are not in the Philippines. In fact, Filipinos are unaware that they exist. I think you might agree with me. I mean, the art community does a little bit. And here and there are people who say, well, what's at the Smithsonian? Or here and there people would say, yes, there's materials in the British Museum. But people don't know, at least in the Philippines, people know the extent of what is not in the country.
As you've mentioned, I think in our previous conversation, there's an entire history of textiles from a specific region that is stored in one museum in the East Coast of the US. Yeah,
the American Museum of Natural History, yes. And that's one ethno-linguistic group. And so the entire heritage, and I mean practically the entire heritage, because 350 textiles from the early 20th century, and most of them were created in the 19th century, in one museum in New York, is mind blowing, isn't it? Because certainly most of the people, these are the Bagobo people, and the Bagobo people have not, as a matter of fact, seen any such thing. Certainly, because these are ikats. These are weft ikat in a particular fiber. And the examples in the Philippines are so few and far between. Pio, we also have to mention that the Philippines was the third most destroyed city on earth after World War II of the Allied cities. And therefore, the contents of the National Museum of the Philippines from prior to that war was destroyed. So, as a matter of fact, the National Museum of the Philippines does not have equivalent holdings in the museum. So, what is the impact of this? You can imagine it's not part of the national imagination. It's not part of any measures of quality. They are exquisite things, but it doesn't figure obviously in policy making, political analysis. Naturally, it doesn't figure in any of that. And certainly for artists, there are. It has been until now impossible to even take a look, because if you wish to study one part of Philippine material culture, you will have to go to at least 10 museums on earth to even have a sense of what it was like. Nothing is left.
Yeah.
So I want to, when I speak of things like this, I don't want to engage in the discourses of loss, because that's a slippery slope, right? And we do have to challenge ourselves to think beyond sentimentality or nostalgia or just this, because discourses of loss immediately goes into discourses of victimization, and I think now is a time for much more thoughtful approaches.
I think from my end, this impoverishment that you talk about has really been the drive. I think a huge part of my practice, certainly the work that is in the exhibition, is really concerned with reconstruction, but not solely through the lens of loss, but also through the lens of imagining forms of accountability. I think that's a kind of more constructive way of refracting the lens in many ways.
Well, that's certainly what your work. That's actually what drew me to your work, mainly because it was another discussion that you were wanting. You're actually in actual restitution and accountability. That is well beyond the discussions that are going on right now, especially when it comes to materials that are not in the Philippines from very long ago time. No one is actually speaking of accountability. Now, we are not going to go either into blaming the colonial period at this point, mainly because we live at a time when all neo-colonial structures are incredibly nefarious. And that's your experience.
There's a lot of tentacles, right? It's hard to
Yeah,
nebulous
I
and
mean,
nefarious.
just to focus on what's going on right now makes us well, we lack time. We lack time to attend to everything, and that's why I appreciate your focus on one moment of tremendous loss. And I'd like you to talk about that a little bit, but also to move from the Philippines to another part of your becoming. Because I know that your becoming was not located in the Philippines.
Well, I think going back to, to the UK as a site, having this distance and being in a place that isn't in the Filipino imaginary has allowed me to kind of trace the contours of Philippine dispossession, but from a very different angle that isn't looking, the US looking into the Philippines. So it's a very specific view, I think. And certainly that's allowed me to create my own lineage. But in terms of the practice and in terms of reconstructing objects specific to the Marcos regime, I think really that this interest in those lost decades comes from, family history, but also from trying to navigate a way, trying to create my own lineage, because on the one hand, there are two art histories that never quite converged in the Philippines. One was a very activist-orientated social realist way of expressing, and then the other was the conceptualist approach, which was bankrolled by the dictatorship. So I found myself not really identifying with either. And I guess the past few years, and this involves why I've been constellating the research outward rather than inward. It's been trying to find other places that I can identify with, whether, I think this show at IFA and the previous exhibition at Jamil were important to me, for instance, in mapping, trying to look at my practice in relation to, say, the artists who came from Beirut in the 90s, and how the archive and the kind of the practice of reconstructing an inventory had an incredible potency, and really trying to get encouragement from those practices and trying to find solidarity elsewhere, because sometimes it's quite hard to find it from home.
Yes. The reason I'm smiling a very big smile is because, who would have guessed? We're separated by one generation, and because I'm, of course, as old as your parents. But the idea of finding a locus, which is outside nation, which can be critical of nation, because we cannot accept nation as it is, and it could be time for something else. But in what happened to me, also found resonance with what was happening with Beirut, what was happening in Lebanon, and the Middle East, and certainly with Peru and Chile, because of the dictatorships that happened in the 1970s. And so I found that understanding what happened to us, in particular in the Philippines in the 1970s, is greatly deepened by understanding what happened to Chile under Pinochet, or what happened in the Middle East under all sorts of dictators. So there was a band of dictators in the 1970s. So that's one period. But the period that you sort of found yourself in, I also found myself in that with major questions. For example, having met Rabbi Mruwe. I think you're referring to him and the rest and the Atlas group, for example. It was an exhibition that I remember very clearly, and I'm bringing it up as a specific example of what happens when you, by happenstance, also come across a work. This was 3 posters. This was the work of Rabia, which had to do with a suicide bomber's 3 videotapes of himself. And the questions, at least that resonated with me, and I'm sure you'll understand this. I've never spoken to you about this. It was powerful seeing that performance and installation, because it went into, firstly, the concept of sacrifice, secondly, the concept of martyrdom, and thirdly, where is the moment of death? Is it when you videotape yourself saying that you are about to execute suicide bombing? Now, it was quite important to me because the Philippine political life is so immersed in images of sacrifice and images. In fact, I started wondering about martyrdom in the Abrahamic religions. Is it only in the Abrahamic religions that there is a huge cultural investment in the idea of martyrdom? Certainly in Christianity, it is every day of our lives, right? It's all the masses I don't go to, and certainly in Islam. But then you have harakiri in Japan. So that's a whole lot of discussions that stem from that. And I found that it was quite useful to think through my encounter with that particular work by that particular Berlin artist, and subsequently with the rest of the Atlas group, whom I've actually never met personally, but I've actually been tracking their work wherever I am in the world. To think through what was happening in the Philippines is actually a profoundly enriching experience. And one day I actually would like to discuss this with you in greater detail.
I think I'm aware of time, but I think it's, in the end, it's the shared experience of grappling with fragments, and how that can be. Yes, that is a process of grieving, but also it can be a process of empowerment. And again, on good days, I believe this. But it wavers and it strengthens depending on the day.
Well, I think of the words good days as precisely that. Good days to me are those days in which we encounter human beings or situations that make us think and allow us to innovate on our engagements, plural, politically, because any which area we choose to live in on earth will keep us in the moment. And it doesn't, in my experience, it doesn't actually help that you're always in the moment when you are politically engaged. It's strategically not viable. And I think part of what's happened to our very dear friends who have always been in resistance politics, resisting anti-democratic forces, is that the sheer weight of the daily existence, the sheer weight of political engagement daily, hourly, is going to rob you of the ability to move anywhere. And that's why, to me, a good day is when I meet someone who can allow me to think afresh, because that's essential. Otherwise, we are lost in any of these battles that we are engaged in.
I think that's what I found difficult being far away is, we're talking about, people from your generation who've been involved in resistance politics for so long. And these are people that are very close to me. And seeing the physical toll of the political struggle from a distance.
How tired they are.
Tired, like how many people are in hospital at the moment, not necessarily because of COVID. And
yes, I was about to tell you. Yes.
That's difficult. But like you said, I mean, we can't be cynical, but we have to be stubborn in a certain way.
Well, it is tough to keep at it. Yes. And we did cover this in the previous conversation that we had. But I think it's important in the present conversation that we're having, because this is quite precious, as you already said at the beginning, at the start of this conversation. I actually would like to focus on the word restitution, because we forget the cost. And to my mind, restitution is not in the same category of things as vengeance. It's not something that you want to extract because something was done to you. To me, especially in museological work that leads to the landscape of impoverishment, and to the landscape, and it is impoverishment also within political circles, when you can't think anymore what to do next in the face of insurmountable odds. When you have an idea of restitution as simply vengeance, then you've essentially become a bit of a monster yourself. So it is absolutely necessary to dislocate yourself, I think. Put yourself in another situation, another point of view, another way of thinking things through. And then there is restitution in the act of rethinking. There's something that is restored, isn't it?
Well, for me, restitution is an act of courageous imagination. And that's what we need desperately at the moment, I think.
Yes, it is imagination. And it is, when you spoke about impoverishment earlier, that's what I thought, that the loss of imagination is a toll, is a cost. And we see it everywhere too, with people who are absolutely exhausted by what's going on, and by having to slug it out for generation after generation after generation. And so if there's any value at all to me in art, and I don't for 1 minute wish to instrumentalize art, but it is the ability to think through art into some kind of space that restores imagination.
Yeah. That's a good one to end with.
All right. Well, I think we could proceed from that point to another conversation in the future.
In person. I'll see you in Dubai.
In person. I'll see you in Dubai.
Okay.
All right. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Elena and everyone, bye-bye. Thanks very much.
Thank you so much for joining us.
No, that's a real pleasure. Thanks for facilitating.
Thanks for facilitating. And Elena, we need another meeting, so we'll organize that.
Well, maybe when travel becomes easier, then if Marianne, whenever you make it to Berlin, maybe in the autumn, that's when I can.
Recording stopped.
Oh, no, that's okay.
Oh, we'll be.
Hello again. I'm very delighted to introduce Benji Boyadgian, whose expansive work, The Cabinet of Curiosities, A Temporary Ruin, is on show here at Savvy Contemporary, and I'm actually sitting just next to the work itself. And for those of you who did not have the opportunity to see it in person, this work brings together material collected over many years from the ground of the Wadi Shami, which is a small valley in Jerusalem, slowly disappearing as it's slated for development to be used for Israeli settlements. So Benji collects these in a process, as he terms it, a preemptive act of surface archaeology. And these objects, which range from everyday detritus, rubber bullets, pottery shards, and weaponry, are elevated to the status of relic, a testament to the lives lived in and around the valley, lives threatened daily with expulsion and violence. So Benji's talk today, The Cabinet of Curiosities, Histories, Times, and Memories of Endless Minorization, further contextualizes this work while drawing in histories of urban expansion in the area. Benji lives and works in Jerusalem, and he studied architecture in Paris and focused on sort of urban transformation. So it gives me great pleasure to now have Benji. Thank you.
Wadi Sham is a small valley, an interstice in the fringes of the Jerusalem conurbation, surrounded by Bethlehem, Jabal Abou-Rahme, the monastery of Mar Elias, and Hebron Road. It's technically located in the south of Jerusalem municipality, on land annexed in 1967, between the trenches of the Green Line, abandoned by the Jordanian army, and the Israeli wall, that sometimes becomes an electric fence. In 1996, the deforestation of Jabal Abou-Rahme, a pine forest planted during the Jordanian period, started. It paved the way for the construction of the Jerusalem settlement Chomat Shmuel, or Samuel's Wall, formerly known as Har Choma, literally translated, the wall hill. In 2001, the foundations were poured, and the settlement hasn't stopped expanding since. This urban manifestation, something like a medieval UFO, is the result of the conjuncture of urban sprawl, real estate, and occupation. The urban fabric of the agglomeration of Bethlehem differs. The expansion is typical of what is happening in the territories under Palestinian Authority, in what is known as Zone A, the restricted areas of Palestinian urban centers, that accounts for approximately 18% of the West Bank of the Jordan River. Following the construction of the wall, the Wadi was cut off Bethlehem and most of its legal owners and users. Some Ta'amre shepherds still graze their herds in the valley. And not so long ago, residents of East Jerusalem neighborhoods, such as Tuba, Surbahir, Bet Safafa, and also from Chomat Shmuel, used the valley as a space for leisure, barbecuing, hiking, foraging, or smoking a water pipe in the shade of a solitary pine tree, a seed that probably went astray at some point in time and sprouted. These informal activities hint at the lack of recreational spaces in the urban fabric of the 21st century Jerusalem. In 2014, the construction of the urban highway that connects Chomat Shmuel to Road 60 started. At this very moment, the second phase is being implemented. This wadi, a fragment of the vernacular Palestinian landscape, a typical Mediterranean landscape, hosts a rich biodiversity. Terraces built throughout the centuries, olive groves, probably from the Ottoman period, and some scattered ruins of field houses, tell the story of a culture and its relationship to the habitat. Below the surface, traces of previous habitations remind us of the long and layered history of this palimpsest. Some features, like the lower-level aqueduct that flows through the hilly topography of the valley, survived time and has been in use until the early 20th century. In the 19th century, it became the umbilical cord of biblical archaeology, a romantic myth of Solomonic proportions. And in the horizon, the Fordes, or Herodian, looms. This volcanic cone-shaped hill, built a couple of thousand years ago, a man-made manifestation of megalomania, perhaps the cenotaph of Herod, is a permanent feature of the landscape that reminds us that powers have shifted throughout history. Wadi HaZevel, in Hebrew, the Valley of Garbage. This officious name of the valley reflects its real status, an officious dump yard. This toponym contradicts its legal status, a green zone, another cynical legal loophole for land grab. The Valley of Garbage, a temporary space where undesired things are abandoned to the dumps of oblivion. I picked them up as material evidence. In 2010, I started documenting the valley. It was the destruction caused by urban sprawl, the corollary erasure of the past, the environmental impact, the homogenization of the landscape, the autism of construction, destruction, construction that motivated me. A short-sighted territorial race, destroying and building blindfold. Walking through the valley for years, spending time observing it, I realized how much this valley contained, small but quite deep, and left to its fate. With it, endless minorizations. The surface is the sediment I investigate. the threshold to the medium of memory. Terraces, sporadic archaeological digs, small craters left behind by antique hoarders, or erosions in the landscape, give a clearer glimpse to the past. What is at stake is this layer with all of its content, histories, times, and memories threatened by entropy. The days of the Wadi are numbered. Bulldozers and cranes are on the horizon. A new high-rise neighborhood will see the day, and the only element that will survive will be the trace of the aqueduct, not as something functional, but rather mythological. The temporary ruin, the title of the body of work, or maybe just a temporary title, is, as I usually joke, a preemptive act of surface archaeology. I document what is left to document, in an attempt to encompass those different histories, times, and memories that passed through this valley. It's not only the intrinsic values that determine whether something is worthy or not to remember that interests me. Objectively, everything should be remembered, so as not to leave any gaps to be filled by imaginary content. But we would end up sorting out the past in perpetuity. The problem is that hegemonies write history by selective stratification, suppressing, erasing, destroying, sealing the memory of others, creating voids to enhance their narrative. Aside from just preserving a trace, which is a necessity in this political context, because memory is subject to perpetual violence, what I want to propose is also to question the way we remember, the way we narrate time and memory. The chapter of the Cabinet of Curiosities, as the title suggests, is a wink to the history of cabinets of curiosity, an attempt of reversal and designification. Cabinets of curiosity, as the precursor of the museum, are not anodyne. They are ideological objects that participated in the way we perceive the world. Those cabinets that host heterogeneous curiosities, often brought from afar to satiate an exotic desire, or an esoteric attempt to explain the universe, or a claim of the production of scientific knowledge, those cabinets of curiosity can't conceal their ideological pretension of owning the universal, while exhibiting the spoils of colonial explorations and exploitations. Those curiosities are things removed from their context, their site of belonging, their originary meanings extracted from their form. They become objects occupied with new signification. Nevertheless, cabinets of curiosity are quite interesting in the many ways objects are associated and the potentialities it creates. From non-logical associations to Cartesian categorizations, they encompass a variety of possibilities that determine the way a story can be told. There was no clear guideline for how I collected the objects. I picked them up because of their appearance and the story they could convey. The only clear idea I had was to encompass histories, times, and memories without discrimination. Those curiosities, minorized things, lost, abandoned, undesired, tell the story of this place and beyond, a banal story. There is the stone I picked from a 20th century quarry, a typical white Jerusalem limestone, used to clad the buildings of Jerusalem. This broken piece of carved stone, the residue of labor, is a story in itself. But this is a story for another day. An amorphous piece of metal, a shrapnel of a mortar shell from 1967, reminds a blitzkrieg, infamously known as the Six-Day War, or this fragment of basalt rock, probably brought a couple of millennia ago from the Julan Heights. It was probably part of a mortar and a pestle of someone who lived in a troglodyte. Then there is the teapot, made in Yugoslavia, echoes Tito nostalgia. But how to show those things? It took me years to decide, because anything extracted from this valley, in this time and space, a context heavy with projections, a saturated political imaginary, will have surplus signification, and risks being a commodity of the occupation. Can those objects tell us more than we project onto them? I decided to show both the objects and their image, to juxtapose them and create interaction. A comment on the disparity between something and its image. The objects are placed in a cabinet, whose architecture suggests a maze. You open a door, and then another door, or a drawer. The images of the curiosities are painted by observation, in an absurd phenomenological appearance. The proposition to question what we are actually looking at. Both media suggest different readings of time. The paintings challenges their disappearance, while the ready-mades attest their immateriality. Finally, the modular architecture of the cabinet has a function. When, God forbid, catastrophe occurs, you can close it, disassemble it, pack it, and leave.
Hello again. So up next we have Michael Rakowitz reading Letter to an Encyclopedic Museum Curator. In this representation of a talk recorded earlier for the Orient Institute, Michael presents his notion of haunting or ghosting the museum, discussing the overlapping of desire and violence that result in the simultaneous extraction of objects and extinction of lives, specifically in the context of Iraq over the last 20 years. I was fortunate to work with Michael for his solo exhibition at the Jamil Art Center in 2020, and his generosity, eloquence, and steadfast commitment to his politics continue to inspire me. In this video, he will present Letter to an Encyclopedic Museum Curator, a letter which is also posted within the exhibition at Savvy here, and which highlights his ongoing push for a more just and accountable museum. Thank you.
Project is at now. And so I end with this, which is something that I've been doing for the past year, where my works have been on exhibit. And this is actually something that's being considered by several places very seriously. And so I'm going to withhold the names of any of the pieces that I'm talking about and any of the museum directors or curators. In winter 2020, I began to wonder how this project could go further and acknowledge the continued history of displacement in Iraq, and more than that, push towards restitution. In response to an invitation from a major American museum to display some of these panels, I sent the following letter. Dear Encyclopedic Museum Curator, my apologies for being late to reply. When you wrote, I was laid up with the flu, and after a few days of travel, I received some difficult news about my mother's health. The reliefs from Room F that you inquired about will be on view at the Nasher Sculpture Center until early May, so it will certainly be possible for the work to be shown at your museum in the context of the Assyrian reliefs during the time you've proposed. But I wonder how we may think more audaciously and provocatively about how to do this. As you know, Daesh's destruction of the Northwest Palace of Nimrud was followed in late 2018 by the auctioning of a relief that was in the possession of the Virginia Theological Seminary. The price paid for this relief, $31 million by an anonymous private collector, was enhanced by the demolition of the palace 3 years before. And while the money will be used for the admirable purpose of funding a scholarship at VTS, the auction bolstered further the narrative of Iraq as a site of extraction and speculation. I'm hoping that my work can impact and support efforts to interrupt this cycle. In the past few years, I've been focusing more on institutional responsibility and my commitments as an artist descended from an Iraqi Jewish mother forced to depart her homeland. A desire to return, despite its impossibilities, fuels so much of my practice. A multitude of Iraq's cultural heritage now exists outside of its borders, away from its people, and what remains has been targeted for destruction. But what perishes is not just the monumental reliefs of colossal figures of deities like the Lamassu. It is the communities of people who live alongside them. The DNA of those lives cannot be 3D printed and replaced. That is why I have come to call my works not reconstructions, but reappearances or ghosts of the originals. An imperfect and vulnerable offering that will one day also disappear. Let me say without hesitation that it would be a pleasure to collaborate with you on this project. But in order to do this, I'd like to up the ante and create a more complex agreement. I'd like to gift the museum the entirety of Room F, Section 1, free of charge, in exchange for the return of your museum's panel from Room F. Given all that has been destroyed in Iraq, and the intersection of that destruction with the West's insatiable appetite for the objects of the East, while not always, if ever, extending that concern to its people, this return of an original would be more than just restitutive. It would be restorative. So much is missed when our conversations around decolonization rest only on questions of repatriation. I liken this to the inadequacy of apology versus accountability. Apology, when uttered, unburdens the person saying it more than it heals the person to whom it was directed. But true accountability is an ongoing repair through discourse and reckoning. It is never finished. Restoration exists as a practice within every museum that I have ever known. In fact, when I visited your museum in January, the director took me to the area where some of the reliefs were being restored. I was so moved to see the backs of the reliefs. In that moment, the Apkalu were like figures in the round. I was seeing the relief as if it had turned its back on me, as if it were walking away, going home. Please understand the absolute sincerity of my proposal here, and please do not perceive this as a vilification of the museum, the work you do, or some unkind purity judgment of the museum's collections. The best one can hope for in doing any kind of work is that it will continue to teach and that we will be open to learning. We know that museums are important and at their best they can be based on a mutual curiosity among the world's cultures. But we cannot ignore the cultural traumas caused of the extraction of many of these objects, nor the imperative to break this cycle and restore dignity and humanity to the people that have imparted from their cultural heritage. For a long time, I thought I was making these reappearances to replace what was destroyed in Iraq. I imagined that one day, perhaps, my reappearances might end up in places like Nineveh, Nimrud, Mosul, or Baghdad. Yet, what was destroyed in Iraq was disappeared in part because the West valued it so much. And so I wish to complicate my work even more by acknowledging that a ghost needs to haunt. It is not, however, the Iraqis who need to be haunted. It is us. I thank you for reading this and hope you and the museum will think seriously with me on this proposal. Sincerely, Michael. Thank you all for being here tonight, and thank you for having me.
For over 100 years, the OI has been a leading research center for the study of ancient Middle Eastern civilizations. Join us in uncovering the past and learn about the beginnings of our lives as
for the words and the presence of yes, thank you. There was a little glitch because we are live in the space at Savi Contemporary. The contributors that participated in this first online streamed part of these invocations are not physically here, but we really have to thank them. Thank you, Michael Rakovitz, for the boldness of your statements, of your decades-long engagement with restitution. Thank you to Marian Pastor Roses and Pio Abad for their collaboration and their struggle and fights to remember, in the sense of re-bringing together the Filipino heritage. And thank you, Benji Bogdayan, for the impressive installation that is going to be here on the background of our program all the time, but also for the work that is doing. And thanks to Nora for having introduced and for having also brought them here from the Phantom Limb, from this exhibition that she curated 1.5 years ago, 2 years ago. Good, I need suggestions. So I just want to briefly remind you that we are here physically, and at 4:30 p.m. the program starts. It will continue online. So for those of you that are in other spaces, geographies, and corners of the world, or that have children and cannot come here, or some other impossibilities, continue to follow us online. But if you can and you are in Berlin, come here, come with a negative test, and bring a lot of good spirits. At 4:30, we will start with Manuela, Garcia, Aldana, who will create a sonic environment in the space to welcome us. Then we will have a talk by Hamze, Bytyci. Then we will have a performance by the Jugendgruppe, we sind here. We will have some breaks sometimes, and a lecture performance by Noah Angell, a lecture by Damien Requera, a performance by Zaratiana Randranatainana, and a drum set by Linda-Philomène Zonguni. And we will end with, again, some music and DJ set by Manuela. So come and be with us. Thank you.
adorno pa mi sepulcro, socorro pa mi sepulcro y adorno para mi altar y adorno para mi altar. La falta que yo les hago yéndome de este lugar, yéndome de este lugar. Yo quisiera no ausentarme, pero la necesidad
y un grito que va a acompañar. De blanco viste en la tumba de negro la mariposa. Hay un cadáver dentro de ella. Y un cadáver dentro de viste en la tumba de rojo las 5 velas. De rojo las 5 El que venga a mi velorio, venga con mucho cuidado. Ay, venga con mucho cuidado.
La gloria te está llamando, adiós, niñito. La gloria te está llamando, adiós, niñito. La gloria te está llamando, niñito, subite al cielo. La gloria te está llamando, anda, limpia los caminos. La gloria te está llamando para cuando vaya allá. La gloria te está llamando, tu padrino y tu madrina. La gloria te está llamando, adiós, niñito. La gloria te está llamando, adiós, niñito. La gloria te está llamando, niñito, cuando te vas. La gloria te está llamando, me dejarás tu corona. La gloria te está llamando para cuando yo me muera. La gloria te está llamando, con ella sube a la gloria. La gloria te está llamando, adiós, niñito. 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 La gloria te está llamando.
Y a las 3 de la mañana, a la 1 y a las 2. Y a las 3 de la mañana, a la 1 y a las 2. Una mujer lloraba, a la 1 y a las 2.
ya, mamá ya, Rosario ya, Virgen ya. Ocha sapa wawaka, ocha sapa chorika.
Thank you, Manuela. This was Amuleto Manuela, the moniker of Manuela Garcia Aldana, somebody that we know well, who is working with us, has been inspiring us in the last months, and who has been, sorry, I'm told I have to look more serious, so let me do it. Who is in these 3 days going to wave together the different paces, the different rhythms, and the different textures of the many contributions that we will have. So she now invoked a sonic environment to call some spirits, to call some energies, and gather with us for the starting of the program, but she will come back and she will really always invite us to moments of collective listening and active and critical listening. Because we always really think it's important to give the right presentation that every contributor deserves. I also want to mention a couple of words about Manuela, or Amuleto Manuela. Manuela Garcia Aldana is a Colombian interdisciplinary artist, and she's actually in this program reflecting from that position and positionality of the diasporic Colombian perspective. She graduated in the Universidad de los Andes and currently studies her master's degrees at the Berlin Kunsthochschule, Weissensee, in Raumstrategie and spatial strategies. In her process-based work with soundscape, DJ sets, listening collective practices, radio shows, and drawings, listening is the principle and arises as a context-driven response to the search for spaces of encounter. She addresses diaspora and identity questions with the will to unlearn and remember other ways of inhabiting our collective life's experience. Latest work and composition has been featured at Agora, where actually I remember I met you first time, NGBK, Errant Sound, Khyam. You can find her in the Sonic Waves monthly on Radio Alahara and THF Radio. So thank you, Manuela. We will be together again and again every day. So now we have to come. The curators are coming to the stage again, and we want to make a small introduction for those that are here with us physically. We already introduced the project before in the streaming, but obviously we feel the need of welcoming you and starting these 3 days all together. I give the word to Bonaventure, and welcome. If you want to use this one.
That's okay. Yeah. So good afternoon. I'll play the parrot and basically say almost the same thing I said earlier, and talk about how happy I am that you're all with us today for these invocations. Thank you. Thanks to all the artists and thanks to all the collaborators. And that we wanted to explore the notion of restitution as reparation, as rehabilitation, as redemption, as redressing, and that the re is not meant to be just a simple return, but it means, and even going forward. And I also wanted to say that if you dehumanize somebody, you basically dehumanize yourself. So if we're thinking about repair, we have to think about reparation on all ends. But I'm saying this quite fast because I wanted to read something to you. It's an important piece of writing that was done by Amadou Maktambo. And the more I think about it, the more I'm convinced that a lot of the things we're trying to do today, he already talked about in 1978, and many others before him, but it's important because he was the general director of the UNESCO, and he made this very important case for restitution, at least from his vantage point. And I really want to read this, and I'll try to be as fast as possible so that the others can speak. He says, one of the most noble incarnations of a people's genius is its cultural heritage. Built up over the centuries by the work of its architects, sculptors, painters, engravers, goldsmiths, and all the creators of forms who have contrived to give tangible expression to the many-sided beauty and uniqueness of that genus. The vicissitudes of history have nevertheless robbed many peoples of priceless portion of this inheritance in which their enduring identity finds its embodiment. Architectural features, statues and friezes, monoliths, mosaics, pottery, enamels, masks and objects of jade, ivory and chased gold, in fact, everything which has been taken away from monuments to handicrafts were more than decorations or ornamentations. They bore witness to a history, the history of a culture and of a nation whose spirit they perpetuated and renewed. The peoples who were victims of this plunder, sometimes for hundreds of years, have not only been despoiled of irreplaceable masterpieces, but also robbed of a memory, which would doubtless have helped them to greater self-knowledge and would certainly have enabled others to understand them better. Today, unbridled speculation, fanned by the prices prevailing in the art market, incites traffickers and plunderers to exploit local ignorance and take advantage of any connivance they find. In Africa, Latin America, Asia, Oceania, and even in Europe, modern pirates with substantial resources using modern techniques to satisfy their greed, spoil and rob archaeological sites almost before the scholars have excavated them. The men and women of these countries have the right to recover these cultural assets which are part of their being. They know, of course, that art is for the world and are aware of the fact that this art, which tells the story of their past and shows that what they really are, does not speak to them alone. They're happy that men and women elsewhere can study and admire the work of their ancestors. They also realize that certain works of art have for too long played too intimate a part in the history of the country to which they were taken for the symbols linking them with that country to be denied, and for the roots they have put down to be severed. I'll skip towards the end, in which he makes a plea basically to all of us. And this is Mbo speaking. I call on cultural organizations and specialized associations in all continents to help formulate and promote a stricter code of ethics with regard to the acquisition and conservation of cultural property, and to contribute to the gradual revision of codes of professional practice in this connection on the lines of the initiative taken by the International Council of Museums. I call on universities, libraries, public and private art galleries and museums that possess the most important collections to share generously the objects in their keeping with the countries which created them and which sometimes no longer possess a single example. I also call on institutions possessing several similar objects or records to part with at least one and return it to its country of origin, so that the young will not grow up without ever having the chance to see at close quarters a work of art or well-made item of handicraft fashioned by their ancestors. I call on the authors of art books and on art critics to proclaim how much a work of art gains its beauty and truth for the uninitiated and for the scholar when viewed in the natural and social setting in which it took shape. I call on those responsible for preserving and restoring works of art to facilitate, by their advice and actions, the return of such works to the countries where they were created, and to seek with imagination and perseverance for new ways of preserving and displaying them once they have been returned to their homeland. I call on historians and educators to help others to understand the affliction a nation can suffer at the spoliation of the works it has created. The power of the fait accompli is the survival of barbaric times and a source of resentment and discord, which prejudices the establishment of lasting peace and harmony between nations. Finally, I appeal with special intensity and hope to the artists themselves and to writers, poets, and singers, asking them to testify that nations also need to be alive on an imaginative level. And I think this is basically what we've been trying to do, calling on artists, calling on writers, calling on poets, and calling on all these others to take these words of Mbo with us and think and reimagine what restitution and reparation and rehabilitation could mean today in our context. Thank you.
Thank you, Bonaventure, for this important remembrance that the re in restitution, rehabilitation, reparation is not one that goes back, it's one that puts us forward. And in these two movements, there's a transformance needed. So you mentioned the importance of this call on the perpetrators, the call on the ones that are responsible for colonial crimes, for crimes against humanity. And in that, it is important that they review their past and that they recognize these injuries that are until today on these bones that Trixie Munyama, one performance artist that will be with us during these invocations, that she said that these bones remember. They remember the pain, and yet they need to understand the context so that all these pieces that have been laid, they have been estrayed, that they come together to repair. And in that, we also call on the spirits that have been carried on these bones, that have been carried on the generations, that still make an understanding today, and that themselves have understood how to carry on in a time when the memory has been taken and still the living has been going on. And so we call on the spirits, the phoenix, to find the form in us. We call on that reform, that transformation, and the ancestors that recall us on how we still make a living, and that source of living is in us. It needs at least two parts to part again, so to understand that the departure is also one that is a memory, as in that myth of Isis and Osiris, where the members of Osiris have been laid astray, and the ones that bring him together are the muses. That's how we call on the muses today. We call on the spirits that have liberated the souls that are still carrying the burden, but yet from inside are recovering. For instance, the spirits that Nora Chipaumire, one artist who was present in that exhibition, has been taking on in her artistic creative work, that if we would have the exhibition fully on today, you could see in the back on the projections. We also call on these souls, the Chimurengas. At the same time, we call on the Mbuas, for example, the Mbuyas, who are the ones that in the Shona culture, but also further ones in the southern region of Africa, have carried on the memories and have liberated from within, as well as the Nyabingis. And with that, I would bring into remembrance one proverb from Rwanda, which says, truth goes through fire and doesn't burn. And truth not as an evidence, not as, for instance, Akram's Atari that you can see in the back, the photographs that show actually empty sarcophagi, not the evidence that the West is claiming to say that which is, but it is the insight that can bring into the form, inside and outside. And with that, I would call on our mothers, our creators, our families, the communities that have been continued to shape the present, built on the past, projecting into the future. We would like to mention that in that project we have laboratories going on at the moment we speak, in different parts, on the African continent, for instance, in Cameroon, Rwanda, and Edo State, Nigeria, but also in further parts. Of course, we cannot cover all these places that need to be recovered, but in Philippines, for instance, we also are carrying on further projects in the Arabic Emirates and in Palestine, to understand how the communities have been have taken on the memory of the ones that have left them, at least from the outside. And when we sit here and why we are still continuing that project of restitution, we also need to acknowledge that what is missing, it's the action. And generation after generation, we will continue to open up these places of memory that need to be taken into account, and for the persons responsible need to open these materialized places that, for example, Mwazulu Diyabanza calls these places of dehumanization, but also of taking the humility of the persons. And so these are prisons, these museums, how to liberate them, how to go inside what Gabriel Rosel Santillan is doing to understand what has been, even in the collections, changed. The connection is no more there. How to bring back the connection, and that's how we are very happy that we find ourselves here in the present, in the space, with all of you, that the time allows us to come together and to make the connection throughout these 3 days of invocations. I will pass on to our co-curator, Nora Razian. Thank you.
Is it working now? Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm really pleased I could be here. I'm Nora Razian. I'm head of exhibitions at the Jameel Art Center in Dubai, and we're partnering with Savvy Contemporary and IFA Gallery on the project in general, and in specific this exhibition and the series of invocations. And I'm really thrilled that some of the conversations and research we've been doing in Dubai over the past 2 years through our exhibitions program could take form here in Berlin and expand and have new sort of resonances and conversations with all of these amazing artists you see around you, and also people participating in the invocations, to really think urgently about the need to repair and restore and return, but not forgetting that at the heart of this is the courage to open up to true accountability. And we just heard about a couple of hours ago Michael Rakowitz reading his letter to an encyclopedic museum curator, where he says, true accountability is an ongoing repair through discourse and reckoning. It's never finished. So it's really a kind of process of working together. And unfortunately, the urgencies around these questions are growing with each passing day, as we've seen, of course, on the news lately, as empire and colonial regimes continue to inflict the same wounds, continuing to empty lands and extract bodies and matter. So today in these invocations and through the exhibitions program and through the labs as well that Arlette mentioned, is an invitation to, let's say, break the vitrine. I know some people are doing that literally, like Mwazulu Diyabanza perhaps, in a more kind of direct action way, but here today perhaps metaphorically and thinking through, opening up potential histories, to piece together refracted worlds, to tell stories together, to remember, to return and to reclaim, and to stake a claim and to demand an otherwise. So I'd just like to thank again all of the co-curators in this project, as well as my colleague Rahul Gudipudi, who's not here today, he'll be here later, and of course Alia Septi from IFA Gallery, who is also part of the project. So thank you very much for being here.
Now it should be on. I hope it's not too loud also. Maybe my voice is loud, so I try to speak more gently. We already made a big introduction earlier, but we wanted to, yes, welcome you warmly in presence as well, and let you know that, yes, this journey that brought us here for these 3 days together is a journey that just started with the exhibition that happened here and was installed at Savi and at IFA Gallery for a month, but will continue for another year and a half, and actually has started, I would say, even 10 years ago already. It seems like now talking about restitution it became more important, and it became more the momentum for really addressing these claims, but it's quite evident to us at least that there was mainly a getting louder of the media attention after the publication of the restitution report, but at least at Savi I can say that it is 10 years that people like Bonaventure, people like Arlette, people like many others in our team have been engaging constantly, have been putting a lot of labor to really find and create paths for restitution and for thinking about the possibilities and impossibilities of repair. But just lately, this attention gather a momentum, so we're happy. We also got support from the Kulturstiftung des Bundes. We are happy that with funding support also from Jamil Art Center, from IFA Gallery, we managed to materialize all these energies and pull the with restitution. What we are going to do in these 3 days, it's going to be invocations, as we call it, so in this different complex format of a public program where music, bodily expressions, words, thinking, rhythms are waving together to, as Arlette said, reconnect with the memories, with the ancestors, but also to hold each other in, yes, difficult moments, and to think together about the prospect of a possibility of reconciliation, a possibility of addressing and understanding and putting at the center not just an apology by the West, but really understanding that accountability is what has to become the center of the discussion. So we are going to be together, as I said, for 3 days. I think we shouldn't take too much space explaining what is going to happen, because it will just explosively happen. And we will have conversations today, performances, we will have music. And so I invite you to be with us. And for those that are still following from home and are in Berlin, please slowly get on your way and come here. So thank you, everybody, and we invite now Hamze Bytyci and Arlette Louise Ndakose to start with the first conversation.
Yes, please, can someone bring water for Hamze? Okay, so he's supposed to have a talk now.
Yes, but you're supposed to introduce him first.
I'm do it now.
Exactly. But I just wanted to be sure because I have information from you, which is a video, and I can play it. But I was wondering if you wanted to play applause at some point, if you want to give me signs for it. That's what I thought to go to the side. Oh, beautiful. Where's Veronica?
She's here, and maybe she can be.
Where is she? In yellow?
Ah, yes, she should be good.
Because I feel
Very good.
usually with introduction, the person isn't there with you.
This needs to be recharged. Oh, yes. Whoever will be there, thank you. Wir können auch ein, zwei Fragen danach nehmen. Super. Und dann im Anschluss. Und dann kannst du die Jugendgruppe rein. Okay. Welcome again. Willkommen nochmal. So as more and more will come in and we'll have a chance to connect in the space with the contributors, with the guests, with the spirits, we would like to begin. And we are very happy to have Hamze Bytyci here. As Hamze, you have initiated and you're constantly creating initiatives that are, whose purposes are the recognition not only of crimes, but also of these consequences that need to be done, the consequences that we face and the reparations that need to be done for a real community to come together. So I would like to shortly introduce you. Hamze Bytyci, you were born in Kosovo, and you have been campaigning for equal rights for Roma and Sinti in civil society and politics for several decades. You have initiated numerous alliances, associations, and regular events, including Amarodrome and Amaroforo, which are non-profit organizations, but also the Herdelesi Festival in Berlin, the annual commemorative events on occasion of the Day of Remembrance of the Genocide of Sinti and Roma, the genocide which is also called the Porajmos, on the 2nd of August in Auschwitz and in Berlin. You have also initiated the Alliance for Solidarity with the Sinti and Roma of Europe, the Links Kanaks, the Action Alliance, ABA, ABBA, the Roma Day on the 8th of April in Berlin, the Roma Biennial and the Roma Film Festival, Tieke. And since 2012, you have been the chairman of Roma Trial, the non-profit organization, and since 2016, you have been a member of the regional board of the Berlin Left, and since 2020, you have been in the board of the new German organizations, and since 2021, member of the CPPD, Coalition for Pluralistic Public Discourse. With all these pluralistic initiatives and events, we wonder how much time is left to actually recollect, from what you experience and initiate. It's not easy, and we understand with all these actions that are needed, it says so much about the sources of these events. And we see you in so many connections happening. We will see one creation that you have brought upon, which is a youth group, a theater group. Wir sind hier, we are here, that are here today, and that you will introduce later on. But let us have a moment with you. Thank you for being here.
Thank you. Thank you, Arlette. Thank you, everybody, for being here. Wow, such an honor to be here in this place, because all the lectures that we had still now is so important, not only for the fight that we as Sinti and Roma as minority have, but so many other minorities or groups or communities around the world. So to be part of this importance makes me not just proud, it makes me also thinking that this, what we are still doing, is the way that we have to do together continuously. Thank you for this. I try to prepare something like, I can talk a lot, and then my better half said always, try to keep it short and simple so that the people understand what you want to say. So first of all, I just want to say thank you, because the title for the Phoenix to find its form is in us on restitution, rehabilitation, and reparation is the best example of how to heal wounds, to empower ourselves from deep inside. I'm very grateful to hold my talk today about how the restitution of Poraimus is possible, of the Nazi genocide, on my people, Roma and Sinti in whole Europe. It is possible to restitute, to Wiedergutmachen, an industrial killing on children, women, men, and a lot of others. What we need to heal the transgeneration's trauma. A little spoiler right in the beginning, I believe that events like this have the power to do so. And therefore, I would like to say a big, warm thank you to all the wonderful people, my sisters and brothers here, who made it possible, and especially to Bonaventure Ndikung for the artistic direction, Arlette Louise Ndakosa and Elena Aguidio for the curation, Kelly Krugman and Lily Somogni for the passionate and patient assistance. I hope I speak the words clearly. I'm sorry if not. And the whole team of the Savvy Contemporary. But of course also to the founders, as mentioned, Kulturstiftung des Bundes, Art Jamal, and the IFA Gallery Berlin. In my talk, I would like to introduce the circumstances under which Romani people try to deal with the past, which actually isn't past at all. There is not a so-called Schlussstrich, no final line we could draw. Moreover, the racial persecution is still ongoing till today. Introduce my work about people who spend their whole life with a fight against injustice, transmitted traumata, and always the feeling of non-belonging and being ignorant. I would like to start with my short film about Joschka Micker, called Joschka. It's also part of this beautiful exhibition, and also our first contact between Arlette and me. And he was also something like the we called midwife, that Joschka brings us together. Joschka is now also part of my family, officially. Since last week, I became godfather of his little daughter. So he is a Czech Romani activist, born in Slovakia. He worked as a coal miner his whole life as a good old socialist and he still believes in democratic socialism, which makes him also to my comrade. So maybe we have the possibility to see the first film.
Tajíčka po romsku, jo?
Co je speciální na romsku jajče?
No, protože je dělá rom. Starý druhý rom. Teď pojedeme do toho Terezína, tam, kde za války byli především Židé. Ale byli tam i homosexuálové a byli tam i Romové někteří. A teď tam jsme chtěli, aby tam vyvěsili i romskou vlajku a vlajku duhovou. Tak nám to ten ředitel toho muzea zamítnul, že nemá stožáry, tím to odůvodnil. No a tak my mu ty stožáry povezeme a jsme zvědaví, jestli to tam pověsí. Vezeme mu i vlajku. Zález! Ty chubolož! Ty! Dostaneš ty tvůj pán. Vlastně, prosím tě, v kuchyni mám deštník, hoď mi ho. Takhle to hoď podél kraje těch stromů. Toho stromu, podél větví. Ne, takhle. Dík. Dobrý. Jo, dobrý. Jo, dobrý. Tak jsem se dal, jaký vlajky tady jsou.
Pro školy je to v angličtině, ale abyste viděli, to je nejlepší.
Ten prasečák vynáší, z toho pak máte ty dávky všechny. Ten prasečák uživí tisíce cikánů.
To je anti-ciganista, jo?
Vy jsem, ale teď se takhle ty vedeník, z toho pak oni jsou živený.
Yeah, who wants to see the whole film? It's still possible. It's downstairs, and it's part of this exhibition. And in my film, I portray Joschka during this fight against the pig farm, which stood on the ground of the former concentration camp in Lety. This is in South Bohemia, Czech Republic. In Lety, many hundreds of Roma were tortured, and especially many children died. Most of the people were deported to Auschwitz and murdered there. About 600 Czech Roma survived the Porajmos, the genocide by the Nazis. In Germany, too. Nearly 90% of the Sinti and Roma were murdered throughout Europe. 500,000 people were murdered. Also, the family of Joschka's wife lost many people in Lety and in Auschwitz. This is why he promised his family to fight the mass pig farm, which stand there since 1970s. You could see Joschka on the 15 May 2016 in Theresienstadt, where every year a commemoration for Holocaust victims takes place. He and his friend has this banner, tear down the pig farm. Maybe I repeat what the old white man told about Joschka's banner. The pig farm makes profit while gypsies are on welfare. Such a pig farm supports thousands of gypsies. I mean, he belonged to the good ones, But when it came to so-called gypsies, it ends. He was there because there was a commemoration. But then even just to go this way and to be in silence, he had to say something about this forgotten Holocaust. And this makes me also to think about the situation in Leti. This is unfortunately a typical example how the society treats the unused and unheard victims. Also in Germany, most of the survivors received no recognition and wait without success for compensation. Even in the post-war years, the suffered racist persecution died labeled as criminals and were told that they were imprisoned in extermination camps for crime prevention reasons. And even after the recognition of the genocide by the Federal Republic of Germany 1982, and after the inauguration of the memorial to the murdered Sinti and Roma of Europe in 2012, there is no equality and no justice. In 2018, 1 year after we finished the film, the pig farm was finally closed down. So it was kind of a little success for us. And I personally thought, of course, because we did this film, the pig farm was closed, but of course not. But there was a protest, and it was a Europe protest that people, even the craziest artists in the world, even if people who are really one of the established, how we call them, cat artists, wouldn't do these crazy things. But the reality, how we know, it's mostly, more pure, so I don't know what to say. But now the memorial in Berlin is also in danger. The state of Berlin wants to build a new S-Bahn line directly under the memorial. They say the effects would be minimal, but half of the trees, which are part of the concept from Dani Karavan, the Jewish architect who passed away in May 2021, will be cut down and replaced by a concrete wall. How beautiful, huh? I mean, Berlin has experience with walls and with pigs, and maybe it would be a good idea to make some halal chicken there in front of, or I don't know. No, sorry to be sarcastic, but if it came to the Roma issue, the people say it honestly. And here is my best friend. He came from Freiburg, and we know each other now, I don't know, mostly 30 years. But at the beginning of our friendship, I say I am Albanian, I'm from Greece, I'm Turkey, I'm everything. But I didn't say that I'm Roma, yes? Yeah. And he was so shocked because if we talk now, he said, I mean, I'm so proud that you do so much for your people. But you remember that you didn't say that you belong to this group? I said, I said it. No. And I had a speech with my brother about, and I know that you didn't. That's true, yeah. And now, I mean, even my best friend mentioned that in the school, we never had it in the curricula. It was never, it was maybe the last sentence in some historical whatever. But yeah. We hope that with the help of Noah Caravan, what is the daughter of Dani Caravan, we can stop that, because it's again the Jewish who support us, L'chaim. So I hope that this will again be a better success. Now, I would like to mention some. We don't have so much survivors, so we can count them on one hand. And one from this is Manu Hellenreiner. He for our fight, I always try to find inspiration in our own history, and the best example of resistance is the family of Manu and Hugo Höllenreiner. I initiated something some years ago where I thought it would be so important if, in every Sinti family, they lost somebody in the Second World War. But in our community, especially in East Europe, we mostly didn't spoke about it. And this is a pity because mostly we don't have the witnesses anymore. And we made an interview with Manu 2016 for our Roma Day Alliance campaign. And I really would like to share his stories with you. So if it's possible to show the next. Yeah.
Die haben alles zerschossen, die Nazi. Das war ein Volk, sowas, was noch nie da war. Ja? Und ich war ja ein Kind, ja? Und den Todesmarsch mitgemacht. Ja? Und kein Essen, kein Trinken. Ja? In die Baracken, wenn die alten Leute zu der Baracke gegangen sind und wollten austreten, die haben nicht mehr austreten, die haben einen Durchfall, Typhus gehabt und alles in der Hose gemacht, die alten Leute. Und wenn wir Appell gehabt haben, Appell, das heißt, früh um 4, halb 5 aufstehen und im Pool war es sehr kalt, alle Leute, die sind liegen geblieben und sind gestorben draußen. In Auschwitz war der Widerstand, da waren die Familie Höllenreiner, das waren 3 Brüder, die waren alle beim Militär. Mein Vater, mein Onkel, nochmal ein Onkel. Und dann hat es geheißen, die sind von 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, die ganzen werden vergast. Und wir haben das erfahren durch ein Kopfblock oder was. Und dann hat mein Vater und meine Onkel gesagt, wenn die jetzt reinkommen, dann machen wir einen Widerstand. Da hat mein Vater ein Messer gehabt, mein Onkel hat einen Spaten gehabt, einer hat eine Mistgabel gehabt und die anderen die waren auch dabei, aber normal waren es die 3 Höllenreiner, wo gesagt haben, wenn sie reinkommen, nehmen wir ein paar SS mit. Die Roma haben ja auch so viel mitgemacht. Die haben nur mehrere mitgemacht wie andere. Da sind die Viehwaggon angekommen, nicht sortiert worden, gleich wie die Metzger, gleich in Vergasung und gleich verbrennt worden. So war das. Die werden jetzt wieder abgeschoben, weil sie nur Roma sind. Und das Einzige sage ich jetzt auch noch. Roma oder deutsche Sinti oder ausländische Sinti, die Kinder müssen in der Schule studieren und solange sowas das nicht gibt, sind wir die Minderheit ganz unmöglich. Wir müssen die Kinder in der Schule studieren, wer einer studieren kann, das muss sein, sonst ist die ganze Welt, die ganzen Sinti immer runter. Schule, Schule, Schule.
Schule, Schule, Schule. Yeah. It will be good if in the school the people also will learn a little bit more about what happened with our people in the Second World War. The uprising in Auschwitz is one of the best examples what we can do to honor the strength of our ancestors. It's very sad that this unique moment isn't very well known, and it's only our people who talk about it. The 16th of May is the Romani Resistance Day. Of this day, in 1944, the so-called gypsy camp in Auschwitz-Birkenau was supposed to be closed down and all people should be killed in gas chambers. But they found out, and in fact, the SS soldiers, even if they knew that they have no chance to survive, but they did. They actually succeeded. The SS stopped the action. Probably they were afraid of a mass uprising in whole Auschwitz. Before they make a second attempt, they transported the most strong man and woman to other camp. In this way, thousands of lives could be saved. One of those people was Zilli Schmidt. This is my personal hero. I call her our last unicorn. Zilli is now 97 years old. one of the oldest feminists that I know, and I'm more than proud to know her because she is crazy as hell and so active on so many occasions. She was in Berlin only last month for the regular commemoration, and she also spoke publicly to the government about our memorial. I would like to share my whole film with you. It has about 6 minutes, and it's done in cooperation with the Foundation Memorial to the Murdered Jews.
Gott hat mit mir etwas vorgehabt. Wir waren eine glückliche Familie. Wir hatten einen schönen holzernen Wagen, der von einem Traktor gezogen wurde, ein Landbulldog. Mein Vater hatte ein Schaustellergewerbe. Wir hatten ein Kino, ein Wanderkino. Die ersten Jahre unter Hitler hatten wir noch Ruhe. Mein Vater hatte gedacht, die bringen nur Verbrecher in Gefängnis. Die wussten, wo wir hinkommen. Natürlich haben sie das gewusst. Und später haben sie gedacht, als wenn sie es nicht gewusst hätten. Wo sollte die Hilfe herkommen? Ich habe geklaut wie ein Rabe. Niemals von Menschen, die das Brot gebraucht haben. Gott war bei mir, schon immer. Auch wurde mir einmal erwischt haben, da habe ich 3 Tage Stehtelle gekriegt. Und da habe ich gestanden, ohne Essen, ohne Trinken und dunkel. Ich habe es überlebt, ich war jung, das stimmt auch. Aber als ich da drinnen war, habe ich gedacht, ihr könnt mir einen Buckel runterrutschen. Wenn ich rauskomme, klaue ich weiter. Eines Tages hätte mir das fast das Leben gekostet. Ein Wachposten hatte gesehen, dass ich meinem Bruder das Brot überschmitt. Da ist mir eine Kugel bei meinem Ohr vorbeigegangen. Auch da habe ich Gott bei mir gehabt. Ich habe ihn schon immer gehabt, das stimmt bis heute. Sonst wäre ich von Auschwitz nicht rausgekommen. Am 2. August 1944 war ich in Transport nach Ramsbrück. Aber ich bin da raus und wollte zurück zu meinem Kind und meiner Familie. Da kam mir der Mengele entgegen und hat mir eine Ohrfeige gegeben und hat mich zurückgeschickt in den Waggon. Er hat mir zwar das Leben gerettet, aber er hat mir keinen Gefallen damit getan. Und die da geblieben sind, haben sie alle umgebracht. Mein Vater hat gedacht, er rettet mein Mädchen, deswegen hat er da behalten. War gar nicht, sind alle umgekommen, haben sie alle vergast. Ich komme heute noch nicht darüber weg. Ich wache auf, manchmal träume ich, und wenn ich nicht träume, dann schlafe ich weiter. Aber wenn ich träume, dann bin ich in Auschwitz. Dann stehe ich auf und laufe hier in die Wohnung rum und rauche Zigarette, nehme Depressiva, aber das hilft mir alles nicht. Und bin immer noch in Auschwitz.
Ich war ein junges Mädchen, wie ich Gretel bekommen habe. Da war ich, glaube ich, 17 Jahre alt. Die wäre jetzt schon eine alte Frau und ich hätte viel Enkel. Ja, das wäre schön. Mein Mann war ein Baum, wo ich mich festhalten konnte. Aber der Baum war dann nicht mehr da, ich war alleine. Und das ist schlimm für mich. Und seit er tot ist, desto mehr kann ich zurückdenken und habe die Probleme alles. Ich habe für meine Sinti gekämpft. Das ist auch, was Gott will. Und das war mein Auftrag, was ich noch gemacht habe im Leben. Und das tue ich heute noch. Das tue ich heute noch. Solange ich hier noch bin und mit Gott lebe, lebe ich weiter und erzähle meine Geschichte. Und vergesse es auch nicht. Ich vergesse es nicht und erzähle meine Geschichte, bis ich meine Augen zumache und bin bei meinem Herrn.
Silly always say, God have a plan for me. And I really believe it. I mean, she's 97 now. God save, she will be 150. But what she survived and what she saw, I even wouldn't, I mean, I don't have enemy, but if I would have an enemy, I even would not wish this to this person. To lose your own child in this young age is hard enough. But what she said, what was for her the shocking moment to see her father naked in this gas chamber, and this is something what she will never forget. This is every time, she also said it, she will every time if she wake up and if she go to sleep, this is the picture what burns in in her head. And I will hope that, yeah, that this beautiful human being will be really 150 years old. But every day, we have to make sure that her voice will get heard, especially her warning for nowadays about the Nazis who came back. Her father believed it will be only the criminals who will be taken by the Nazis, not the good ones, like us or like her family. But this is a dangerous self-betrayal. And we can see today what this tragic story repeats on many places in the world. Till today, innocent people die by state brutality from the police, like Kosai Ka, a teenager refugee boy who died after being arrested for smoking a joint in Delmenhorst, or Uri Jallo, which death is still not clarified. 16 years after he died. Yesterday, I don't know if you got it, but the Social Democrats, I mean, they're in the government, they said, no, we don't think that was, I mean, Uri Jallo, das war Mord. We say it every time if we go on the streets. He was killed. But to be honest, what we see nowadays, even in Afghanistan or everywhere, Belarus, everywhere, we are shocked. But I think sometimes we are like the rabbit or the small mouses who see the snakes is coming. We're just freezing and hope nothing will happen. And for this is what Silly said to me. You with your big mouth, be aware. I had also a big mouth, but it doesn't become good to me. But on the other side, it's good that you do this. If you don't do it, maybe it gets worse. And it's good that you open your mouth and that you see, even today, if we just say we recognize 500,000 of our people was killed by dem Land der Täter, by these people from this country. But if I say this, it's something like I will blame somebody. But it's not about this. It's exactly this, what we want to achieve with these events like today. To make clear that our children and their children don't make the same mistakes. And I thought it will be also important if we can recognize something that people would start with. Okay, Hamze, I got it. I don't know so much about your culture. To be honest, we know that maybe maximum 3 or 4% in this population know something about us. It's true. So we thought, okay, let's do something with joy, with art, with fun, maybe something what is more bright, like the Roma Biennial. Let's claim something like we are here, make it visible, be loud, think positive. Also, many Roma worldwide were killed in the last years. We remember them also in the frame of the second Roma Biennial, We Are Here, which takes place till end of October. We have chosen the form of posters to show different artworks also during the pandemic, and we are more than happy to share the posters with you. We have brought some with us. They are there. So during the breaks, have a look and pick up some for you, for your friends, but not now. Now, please, we are not finished first. Yeah, the first phase, so the biennial has 5 phases, all related to the aspect of being here. The first phase dedicated the self-confession. On the 8th of April, the International Roma Day, which this year celebrates the 50th anniversary. And the second phase, resistance and resilience. On the 16th of May, the Resistance Day, how we know now. The third phase, survival. On the 20th of June, the World Refugee Day. We are currently in the fourth phase one, dedicated on the motto of remembrance on the occasion of the 2nd of August, the International Romani Holocaust Day. I would like to present you the posters of the current phase and ask you to commemorate with me the 5th Romani victims of police brutality. The artist, George Vasilescu, painted their portraits for the biennial. He is also with us here. The first one is Gabriele Daniel Dumitrache, 26, left his home in Bucharest, Romania on the 4th of March 2014. That same night, police officers informed the family that Daniel was died. His body showed many injuries. His death was never solved, and the police gave contradictory answers. However, Daniel's colleagues are convinced that he was killed by a concrete police officer who in the past had willingly beaten other Roma. The other one is Daniel Jimenez, 39 years old, was found dead in the dungans of the Algeciras National Police Station in Spain. The police claim that he hung himself with the rage of a blanket in his cell. However, the family does not believe in this narrative. The next one is Elizar Garcia, 30 years old and mentally disabled at the time of the incident, died defenseless of a heart attack in September 2019 after being prevented from entering a football stadium shortly before the most brutal way by security and local police in Gijón in Spain. The next one is Morias de Silva Matos, 14 years old, was shot in a pharmacy in Avenida Crescencio Silveira, Brazil, on the 14th of July 2021. According to the Brazil police, he belonged to the Romani family who was involved in a conflict with the police few days ago, in which 2 police officers and several Roma died. The next one is Stanislav Tomáš. After brutal police action, the 46-year-old Rom Stanislav Tomáš died in Teplice, Czech Republic, on the 19th of June 2021. For 6 minutes, one policeman kneeled on his neck and others sat on his legs and back. He died a few minutes later in the ambulance. On the other posters, you can see artworks by Małgorzata Mirgatas, Marcin Tas, Marina Rosell, Valerie Leray, and other sisters, and our sister Moshtari Hilal. We are all dedicated to the topic of remembrance, but most of them have to do with pain, with remembrance, and this ongoing pain and trauma that these people have to survive nowadays. The next thing, what I would do, because I see I'm talking again too much, and I thought I will be how you call it, condensed. I would go to something like what is also the hope of activism or activists in general. To be honest, I didn't choose this job as activist. I did it without my purpose. So we was in the church asylum 1990s in Tübingen, where we fight against the deportation of a lot of Roma who have to be deported. Deportation and Germany, there are 2 words who kind of link together. Maybe, yeah, you got it in a way. Yeah. And after that, it was really difficult for me to have something where I could also rely on the trust of people who belongs also not only to my minority or group or community, but also to the others. With the time, it got better. I mean, my best friend, he is my brother, and he is a white German, but he declared himself, of course, as one of our allies. And this is what we have to think about. Allyship is the thing that we have to go through, because otherwise it will be very difficult. And for that, it's so important that our next generations get some role models for this. And we tried 2015 something we called Balkan Onions. Maybe I will later also say something about this. As Bonaventure and Aled said during the opening today, we have to look back in order to come forward. And in many cases, looking back, it's really painful and it hurts. But sometimes we can also share some joyful memories, and I would like to close my session with some empowering stories from our youngsters that I told you. So since 2016, we organized the summer school. It's a film summer school that we do with youngsters. And I would like to share a part of one of the first films which did in my hometown in Prizren in Kosovo. And Mahala, also Terzi Mahala Mahala is translated maybe in German like a Kiez. But a Kiez is mostly big. Mahala is not so big, but maybe some of you heard this word Mahala. And Terzi Mahala, where my mother came from, is one of the oldest Roma mahalas in Europe maybe, because the Turkish Empire was there since, I don't know, 600-700 years. And our family, since I don't know how long, was there, how we call them, Vasallen, or what is the English word for? How? Yeah, Vasallen. I don't know what is the English word for. Vassals. Vassals, exactly. And yeah, maybe we just see first the small clip and then, yeah.
Badnash. Pimanash.
Beschneidung ist, Heirat ist, Verlobung ist und sogar wenn ein kleines Kind geboren, die machen das Musik, feiern die das, Essen, Trinken gibt es genug für die Sachen. Roma sind Roma und wir sind froh, dass wir Roma sind, mit unserer Tradition, so wie wir sind. Sind wir soweit?
Ja, warte, soll eine
Musik? Puro Hamze, nala jala pechorenda, puro Hamze, nala jala pechorenda. Você sabe falar para mim? Lela peskerom na ke terna chaya aikali o peske mangela. Das war's.
Puro Hamze, nala jala pechorenda, puro Hamze. Nala jala pechorenda, terna chaya, o peske
The Roma born with music, live with music, and die with music.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Arlette, for playing midwife in such a very important moment, because to be part of this very, very important exhibition, but also not just exhibition, as a path for our community, I'm more than grateful for this. Thank you, and thank you all of you for being here. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Hamze. I think we can open up to one or two questions. I would like to pose one initial question. The creative force, the arts. You talked about the fact that against your will you became an activist, and still with your will you chose the arts, the creation, to address what is still missing in society, but also to repair, to recover. We see you in different theater plays. For instance, at the Goki Theater, I saw you in two various interactive talk shows. I was so touched because there is something happening at the moment, and yet you put us in something that is kind of a virtual moment. And you have also created theater groups as the one that we are going to see just now. I wonder that choice of the arts, of the creative force, how is it connected to your activist work?
Thank you for the question. I think what was very important for me, indeed, as a young boy, was to be part of something. And in the theater, you can belong to the family that you wish, to the nationality that you wish, to the work that you would like to do, and so on and so on. And that was something that was really healthy, and it was also important to have the possibility after something, there will be people, mostly they clap after a show, but what was more important, that people are coming and say, I didn't thought that you could also do things like this. And this brings me to the idea of, okay, if I got this kind of gap or whatever, how we called it, maybe for the other youngsters would be the same. So my biggest job now is to do the job and the path of Damien Lebar, who is the creator of the Roma Biennial. God save him. He said, look, and for me, he is one of the biggest artists. He is the king of Dada. He said to me, you are an artist, you know why? Because you can think out of a box. And politics, if you can bring activism, politics together in an artistic way, I think the people will better understand what is your mission. And for this, I'm very, very thankful that now we have the group of youngsters from Wir Sind Hier who will present now a forum theater piece from the initiator of Augusto Boal. And we heard about Freire, who also did this, the theater of oppressed. So theater could be also a healingful process. Somebody believes in something, go to church, somebody goes to the theater. And art is also very healful. So for that, I would say it's a selfish salbe, a selfish, how you called it?
I don't know if it's, I think I missed the words. Salbe is really well connected to that, sacred area. But maybe rather than selfish, maybe like self-related, like from the inside, the respect, the self-respect, the dignity. And I would like to ask the audience if there is one question that you'd like to pose. We will have after that moment a short break, then to bring the chairs a bit outside, or let's say to build a circle where the theater group will have their performance, and so there will be a short break, but let us take in at least one question from the audience. Yes, please.
Thank you. Thanks for your teaching us so much about Roman culture. And I was wondering, do you have a website or a resource you'd recommend to go to find out more and to show people more? Because not many people know, as you said.
Yeah, there are informations and posters and a website and everything. If you need more information, you can go there or text us. We will immediately, respond. Thank you.
Great, thank you.
Yeah.
Yes, thanks so much. Is there a further question? Okay. Hamze, I think we can already introduce shortly, and then when they begin, maybe another short line who is coming up.
Perfect.
Before we have a break.
Thank you. Now, I would just want to say again, thank you to be part of this beautiful family. And now we would like to show a piece of the 50 years anniversary, but it's linked to this aim of the Roma resistance. And there will be also some questioning where we as visitors could be part of it. So I'm very thankful that our youngster group from Wir Sind Hier are here. So Estera and the other Estera and David are here? Yes, please come forward. Kommt nach vorne with a big applause. And Naomi is also there? Okay. Thank you.
So it's going to be quite dynamic in the whole 3 days. We have a couple of different stages. So now for the performance, we suggest you to turn your chair and even move closer, maybe around the space where the theater group is performing. And then we will be again turning here and we move in the space. But you always need to have the chair because of Corona regulations. We need to keep the distancing and so to stay seated. Thank you. But then you come there.
Ah, yes, get you.
One, two. Okay. So the break will be afterwards, just that you know. Yes. Please keep the distance. One and a half meter, please. We can still go a bit behind and on the side. Come together? We come together. Yes. Okay. It's difficult for the outside to see it if there's some, so that there, this would be good. Hello, are you one household? You came together? Yes. It's still difficult from the outside to judge, so that we can have the event. It's good to have a bit of distance. Okay. On va avoir une pause après. Et après, il y a un qui vient avant toi. Après, ça va faire.
Erklärung, worum Theater ist ein...
Wait. We were thinking to make it bilingual. We hope you get the play without the text, like probably every theater is hoping that. But additionally, we are putting the text half English, half German. So our idea is catching the half text, you will understand the full text. And also the moderation text. So it's the theater group, we are here, so they are here. And now we will explain what kind of theater we are playing.
Yes. Forum Theater ist das Theater der Unterdrückten. Und um das so grob zu erklären, Forum Theater ist eine Frage. Wir, die Schauspieler, wir stellen euch die Frage vor, also wir spielen die vor. Und ihr als Publikum, ihr kommt auf der Bühne und spielt uns dann die Antwort vor.
Yeah, so forum theater is a specific form of theater from the theater of the press. And we as actors and actresses, we are playing the question, we are putting the question to you, which is in our play. And then we invite you, the audience, in the forum, in the second part, to come on stage and play answers, alternatives, possibilities together with us. Okay, then you speak louder, yeah?
Yes. Wir zeigen nicht nur eine Frage, sondern wir zeigen auch das Problem.
Moment, we are actually making the streaming, so the mic is actually needed, otherwise.
But the play also, I think that because the play we will not have hands for the mic, so we really try to speak louder. We can speak in this mic here.
Ja, also wir... ist das jetzt wirklich?
No.
Wir werden euch ein Problem vorspielen und ihr kommt dann auf die Bühne und spielt dann die Antwort vor. Ja.
Many problems actually
Yes.
we will play, and then we are having a debate, but not only with words afterwards. Yeah, very short.
Und dass ihr dann aufgewärmt seid und dass ihr dann Bock habt, mit uns zu spielen, möchten wir mit euch eine kleine Aufwärmung machen.
And in order to warm you up so that you are ready to enter stage after we finished our question play.
Ja, das geht dann so. Ich werde euch einen Gesang beibringen oder eine andere Sprache und ihr werdet die einfach mitmachen. Also.
So the warming up is like she will bring a song, a language, something, and you will join by repeating in the same rhythm.
Boom chaka boom.
Boom chaka boom.
Boom chaka boom.
Boom chaka boom.
Boom chaka laka chaka boom.
Boom chaka laka chaka boom.
Boom 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 chaka laka 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 chaka boom.
Boom chaka boom. Boom chaka boom. Boom chaka laka boom.
Boom chaka boom. Boom chaka boom.
Boom chaka laka chaka boom. Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. Okay guys. Oh yeah! Oh yeah! Oh yeah! Boom chaka boom boom! Boom chaka boom boom! Boom chaka laka chaka boom boom! Boom chaka laka chaka boom boom! Yes, guys! Oh, soll ich reingehen? Okay. Hallo? Ja, ich bin Esteva. Er ist hier, ist im Publikum. Ich bin gerade auf der Bühne. Ja, wir spielen Forentheater. Was für ein Festival? Die Linke macht ein Festival.
Auf die Linke.
Ja, also, komm doch hier vorbei bei Sandy. Reinickendorfer Straße. 17.
Aber nur mit Test.
Wo ist Stefan? Okay. Also jetzt muss ich spiele jetzt.
did you know that 50 years ago, 23 Roma from 14 European countries gathered in Orpington near London and founded the first Romani World Congress. Their topics were social justice and equal rights for all Roma.
The majority populations have been defining our destiny. Our history includes expulsion, slavery, and the genocide of more than 500,000 Roman people during World War II. However, on 8th of April 1971, the first World Roman Congress was organised in Orpington near London. For the first time, the Roman people publicly raised their voice in a fight against anti-Gypsyism and a common desire for a better future. The Congress was attended by 23
where are the Romani citizens?
and sparked a worldwide political movement. The term Roma was declared as the preferred term for self-definition to create a new self-confidence and demand recognition and respect for society. Opere Roma, meaning rise Roma, became and still is the motto of the Roman movement.
Our national flag, based on the earlier plain blue and green, is now embossed with the red Ashok chakra, symbolizing the connection with India.
Die Hymne Jelen wird formell angenommen und der 8. April, der Aufrufung des Kongresses, wird zum Nationaltag der Roma.
The organization agreed on 3 topics to be dealt with in the future in working groups. The genocide on the European Roma, the social and educational situation of the minority,
Since 1971, 8 April has been celebrated as World Romani Day in many countries. 4 of the 23 delegates of 13 countries were women, more than ever another.
Der Kongress in Nora förderte und stärkte die Roma-Bewegung weltweit. Schon ab den 80er Jahren übernahmen
Romani-Ansiedlete
in vielen
Organisationen
Friedensfreunde und sind bis heute unsere Vorbilder.
Und was hat's gebracht? What was the point?
Nothing! Gar nichts!
Wait! Because 40 years ago, the then Federal Chancellor invited the Central Council of German Sinti Roma and first time in history recognized the racist persecution from the Nazis.
Völkermord an dem Sinti-Roma und die Verfolgung aus rassistischen Gründen, während das Dritte Reich ist anerkannt.
After 37 years? Why? Why did it take so long? What happened with the other government years ago?
Anerkennung und Zusage. Die Probleme der Sinti und Roma in die Öffentlichkeit, im Parlament und innerhalb der Regierung Gehör zu verschaffen.
To make our voice heard, we need justice, no hearing. We can have hearing alone.
Liebe Sinti und Roma.
Und was hat's gebracht? What was the point?
Nothing. Gar nichts.
Wait. Because 30 years ago, the Germans overcame the wall. Yes, the bright future started and everybody could live together. That was really nice.
Die Mauer muss weg. Freiheit für alle. 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 Die Mauer ist weg. Freiheit für alle. Die Mauer ist weg. Freiheit für alle. Die Mauer ist weg. Freiheit für alle! Die Mauer ist weg! 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 Nein! Freiheit für alle! Deutsche! Freiheit für alle! Deutsche! Freiheit für alle!
Das bis zum Inkrafttreten einer entsprechenden gesetzlichen Regelung durch die Volkskammer diese Übergangsregelung in Kraft gesetzt wird. Also dort noch ständige Auswirkungen über alle Grenzübergangsstellen der DDR zur BRD bzw. Berlin-West erfolgen.
Also auch die Mauer soll über Nacht durchlässig werden.
Und was hat's gebracht? What was the point?
Nothing. Gar nichts.
But I mean, what happened 20 years ago?
I know! Da war mein Geburtstag!
Was Wichtiges ist dein Geburtstag. Nein, das ist doch nicht Geschichte. Das ist doch nicht Geburtstag. Das sieht doch keiner.
I know. Jetzt I know. Ja?
20 years.
Aber 20 years? Ja? War 20 years ago?
Yes.
I was born!
Oh, it's the same. Like he was born, you was born. Nobody's interested in that. No. This is. But do you know that 10 years ago, the memorial for the murdered Sinti and Roma in Europe was inaugurated?
In Berlin ist das Denkmal für die von den Nazis ermordeten Sinti und Roma eingeweiht worden. Unter den Gästen waren auch der deutsche Bundespräsident Joachim Gauck und Bundeskanzlerin Angela Merkel. Das Denkmal beim Reichstag wurde vom israelischen Künstler Dani Karavan geschaffen. Es besteht aus einer schwarzen Wasserschale und einer täglich frischen Blume.
Liebe Sinti und Roma, wir freuen uns, dass wir uns heute hier versammelt haben. Ich möchte Ihnen danken, dass Sie so lange für das Denkmal gekämpft haben, dass wir heute endlich anwenden können. Sie haben nicht nachgelassen, Sie haben durchgehalten. Danke. Wir tragen
Sehr geehrte Damen und Herren, ich danke Ihnen, Frau Bundeskanzlerin, und ihr alle, dass ihr hier seid, dass heute teilnehmen an der Anweisung unseres Denkmals. Sie erweisen damit unsere Menschen den Respekt vor ihrem Schicksal. Wir verbinden mit diesem Denkmal die Hoffnung, dass es in Deutschland für alle Menschen eine gemeinsame Kultur der humanitären...
Sorry, but we are supposed to build a metro line here. Exactly here.
Ja, das hier muss alles abgerissen werden.
Ach ja, alles abgerissen.
Yes,
Aber
I mean,
hier
it would go.
eine
This,
ganz
I mean,
große Grube gebaut,
this is the plan.
damit wir die S-Bahn unter den Dächern
plan.
entlang bauen können.
Unter den
Das
Dächern.
ist doch fantastisch.
Yeah, that's the plan.
Ja. Also, der Zentralrat der Sinti und Roma kennt die Notwendigkeit des Baus der neuen S-Bahn-Linie S21. Diese Linie ist notwendig für Berlin und für die Menschen in Berlin. Die deutschen Sinti und Roma sind selbstverständlich Teil dieser Gesellschaft. Deshalb müssen wir gemeinsam mit der Wahl und Senat und dem Deutschen Bundestag eine sichere Transferführung finden.
This project is not a good thing. Our memorial has not been touched. We have the right to suppose our memorial not to be destroyed. And here comes something stupid people to destroy our memorial. No, it's a historical memorial. It's not being touched.
Deutschland ist von einem weiteren, mutmaßlich rechtsterroristischen Anschlag erschüttert worden. Ein 43-jähriger Deutscher hat gestern Abend im hessischen Hanau in 2 Shisha-Bars 9 Menschen erschossen.
Gestern Abend gegen 22 Uhr stürmt der mutmaßliche Täter in eine Shisha-Bar in der Hanauer Innenstadt. Zieht dann weiter zum nächsten Tatort, auch auf ein Auto, so wir geschossen haben. Insgesamt fallen ihm dabei 9 Menschen zum Opfer.
Fatih Saracoğlu, Gökhan Gültekin, Ferhat Oumar, Hamze Kurtovic,
Kauyan Veokov, Mercedes Kiernasz,
Sayın Musa Haşimi, Sedat Gürbüz,
Vini Viore Paun.
We can't just do nothing. We have to do something. We have to fight. And I have idea. We will build our own Roma army. We have guns for us.
Eine Roma-Armee?
Yes.
Was soll mit dann eine Roma-Armee?
Leute, seid ihr bescheuert? In 10 Minuten ist der erste Tag hier und er bringt uns herum. Nein, ich mache nicht mit.
Und Leute, ich muss noch meine Schule fertig machen. Und wenn ich jetzt mal jemanden abschließe, dann sitze ich 10 Jahre ins Knast. Dann habe ich auch keinen Bock. Ich mache da auch nicht mit. Du, also da bin ich auf jeden Fall dabei. Und als erstes klagen wir die ganzen Kassiererinnen, Diskotheken und Busfahrer ab.
No, you can't do this. You can't just shot someone. You can't kill him.
Oh, doch, das können wir auf jeden Fall.
No, you can't do this.
Doch.
No.
Die bezeichnen mich alle als Zell. Und jeden Tag sehen die mich von oben bis unten an und bezeichnen mich als Zigeunerin.
Okay, this is horrible, but you can't just kill someone. Do you want to be a serial murderer or something like that? You can't do this. No.
Doch, auf jeden Fall. Und meine Cousinen und Cousins, die werden dabei sein.
Stop it. You can't just shoot someone. It's not working like that.
No. I think we need another solution. We need another another solution. And beside that, there is already a Roma army.
What? Where?
Here at the Gorky Theater.
Oh, shit! No!
But I have a better idea. We will create Roma passports.
Oh, no.
Yes, and then the European Union has to take care of all the Roma and has to give all the rights for us.
But how?
Basel? Schon Basel? Dass wir wieder gestempelt werden, dass wir Roma sind.
Yes, we don't have one country. How can help us this passport?
Ja.
Ich habe eine bessere Idee. Wie wär's, wenn wir unser eigenes Land gründen würden? Und zwar Romanistan. Yes! Yes! Wow! And I know where. Oh my God, we will build our country in Sachsen-Anhalt and Thüringen.
Yes!
Yes!
Because in the last 2 elections, more than 20% voted for the Nazi party.
Yes.
They can't create democracy.
No.
They will not do it.
Yes!
Yes, we will build their Romanistan.
Yes!
Ja.
Und ich werde die erste Bundeskanzlerin von Romanistan.
Yes, and I be the Minister of Interior, Internal Affairs.
Und ich werde der Chef der Polizei sein.
And I will be the president of the parliament.
Und ich werde die erste Präsidentin des Verfassungsgerichts von Romanistan.
And I already know what's the first question we have to discuss. What shall we do with the remaining Germans in Romanistan?
Ich habe eine Idee. Wir bringen sie alle um.
Oh, what? Why? Are you crazy?
Doch, das haben sie auch mit uns gemacht.
No.
Just
It was
kill them.
years ago.
Umbringen.
Ich habe eine bessere Idee. Und zwar, wir werden alle abschieben.
You don't want to support them? With all of them?
Doch,
No.
die haben das selber mit uns gemacht.
But we need them. I have a much better idea. We like to pay them a special tax.
Oh, no.
Yeah,
No.
that's good for our public budget
Guys,
and also
no.
for living together. Yes.
Stop. I have a German boyfriend. Okay?
What? What? Are you crazy? How can you have what's that?
Guys, I don't want him to be killed or something like that, to be deported or something like that, and to pay special taxes.
Genau.
No.
Und außerdem, es ist gegen unseren Gesetz. Also ich werde auf keinen Fall dabei sein. Und noch was. Ein eigenes Land. Wer soll uns bitte dabei helfen?
Und außerdem, egal was wir machen, wir werden immer noch diskriminiert.
Und ich muss mich halt um meine Schule kümmern und ich habe keine Zeit mit euch hier über Romanistan zu reden.
Ja, Leute. Und das ist genau die Frage an euch. Wie können wir die Situation, die sehr kritisch aussieht, wie können wir sie verändern? Was sind eure Ideen?
So the question now is going to you. What do you think? What is possible to be done to improve the situation of Roma?
Wie können wir die Roma und Sinti unterstützen, dass sie nicht mehr diskriminiert werden, dass sie nicht mehr unterdrückt werden? Was sind eure Ideen?
How we can support them and who can support them and what would be your ideas? What kind of action, what kind of imaginations you would have to improve the situation of Sinti and Roma?
Und deswegen werden wir euch in 3 Gruppen einteilen und jeder von uns wird dann in einer Gruppe von euch dabei sein und mit euch kleine Ideen entwickeln und ihr werdet dann auf der Bühne kommen und eure Ideen dann vorspielen.
Our idea is to make 3 groups of you, very short. We need more 10 minutes. So we have very short 3 minutes, 4 minutes to design a little idea, and then each of the 3 groups makes a very short presentation of your idea. What would you do to improve the situation of Roma? Yeah? And we will help you because we will go in the groups. So more or less this one is one group. Maybe you go in this group, people here. And then here somehow is the second group. And here around is the third group. It's just about, I mean, we have these 3 ideas. Making an army, have passports, making a land. What would be your ideas? Huh?
Become a Saudi.
Become a Saudi, exactly. Okay? Like not more than 3, maximum 5 minutes, and then we just quickly see what's going here.
What you are doing, telling what is the situation, because many of us don't know. Public performance.
I think all cultural workers, artists, intellectuals from any kind of provenience should stand up for the Roma struggle and not only say, oh, we are for the Roma, but really make a petition and say Romani people not only need their dignity back, but also they need land, they need structures, infrastructures, and they need reparation, and they need all that. But it should be, of course, coming from the Roma people, but in unison with all people that are working, for example, in culture, but that have to become many and stand up.
So how can we put our ideas on the stage? What idea have you to who are you on the stage to make your idea on the play? How can we make it in our play? How can we play it now? Okay. So you will be on the stage. Okay. And we will go on the stage too and support you. Okay. 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 Do you have an idea of something to say?
Hi, I don't know it's idea or not. Sorry, my English it's a little bit, it's so bad. I think the humanity and the mentality of the children, it's really beautiful, amazing, and futuristic. And I think when they space at the school, for example, it's possible you change the world. And I give space of children. This is my option for the future, for change, definitely. So space with the children.
We will schaffen das. Kann ich auf Deutsch reden? Okay. Wir machen das jetzt auf der Bühne und das mit dem call and you will cook and this with the school and yes. Wir sind die Unterstützer von allen. Okay? Is everything clear? Sollen wir noch was erklären oder so?
Stand up and make a little thing. How many minutes do we have?
3, 2
minutes. Each minute, one specific corner, right? So one is the politics, the party. Then there's the build the movement, international, agnostic and activist. Then so let's do the three. And maybe we have also groups who go in the street. Somebody who is cooking and talking.
Like cooking in the school and talking and
Without that, we don't mind.
Of course. We have to eat.
Who's in the party?
Party?
Yes. I'll put up posters and put them everywhere.
Okay, so party here, cooking
When we write in the petition, right? And this can happen all the time, right? Yes, totally.
Das fängt an, we begin, then you, and then
I will be in school and I will write what the teacher is telling me.
Okay?
My laptop.
uns das dann schicken? Funktioniert der? Nee, der funktioniert nicht. Warum denn?
But we don't need because we use these ones again. Okay. So I think time is over for workshop. We have to perform it now. Laura? Yes, the group here, and let.
Come on, Georgia. We need somebody to do the selling.
And then.
Here, teacher.
Hey, everybody.
If you want, you can wash the dishes, you can clean.
So we see the first proposal. And since we don't have a curtain here, no curtain, we will do an acoustic curtain, which works like that. We all clap on our legs. When I make 3 times, we clap 3 times in the air, and then we say action, and then the curtain opens.
Ah, okay.
So everybody, action.
Yes, we want justice for Roma people, right, guys?
Yes.
You're right.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. We should really start working because this is absolutely unacceptable. We all have to do our shit. I write to now my colleagues and friends. We prepare a petition. We have to not just write to the ministry, but really create the infrastructures and stop being silent.
Yes, I will start
I'm
with
writing
my friends.
for a couple of.
My friends has all to come. Let's make a political party.
Yes, political party. Yes.
start first of all having a meeting with the ministry and really thank you. Yeah, we have to mobilize. We have to be all together. People that are sympathizing. What's the word of culture? Support the Roma Diana and then this act coming out with the it's just completely okay. Start the draft. Send it over to you and WhatsApp or even Telegram.
Stop racism! Stop racism!
Yes! Stop racism!
On a national level.
Stop racism and vote for
Stop
Roma
racism!
Bytyci.
Yes!
Who wants more soup?
Yes!
Let's sit all together and have a meal. Let's become a fine when you are making.
Every political party starts with a great warm soup, huh?
And we all eat
Of course. Chorba the
We know
Burda.
that.
You like chorba the Burda? You like,
Thanks to the Solidarity Kitchen.
Thank you.
Oh, we got a phone call from the ministry. We can have a meeting. Obviously, it's like it's nothing but we start. And
Starting is important.
yes, but also important. Come back to Sabi and don't worry that the struggle is gonna get louder. And
Okay, people, first proposal, make a party become political active. Yeah? Who thinks that's possible to do in the reality? Who thinks like, that sounds like, because we thought the army, the land, we are not so sure. Who thinks with this proposal, we are getting a bit more in the direction of, yeah, that's actually something. No. Or who has a concern? Maybe just one voice. It's a party, it's making a party. It's like cooking together, making phone calls, posters, really setting up political activism.
And political.
A political party, yeah.
But also all cultural workers, intellectuals that are not Roma as well, standing
Alliance,
Yeah, I mean, actually, I see a lot of new parties in these federal elections, yeah. So one more party there, the Roma party, maybe that's an idea.
But also reform the politics, reform the school and everything.
Yeah, you make the whole program, also the training. Somebody want to comment on that? Okay, then I would say yeah, please.
I think the idea of the party has failed us.
In fact,
we need a new system, other than the party, the political party.
Okay.
You know? So we need to come up with something even more radical. You know, because we are already in political parties and we're still in the same shit.
Yeah.
So there must be something other than that. That is it.
Okay, thank you very much. I don't see it as contradiction, yeah? Like there is I mean, we also have the question, like there are several parties, like the new ones, join it. But thank you very much for this very practical idea with a lot of broad attention. Please. You want to say something?
I think it's so important to talk with the women, with all women inside the house, because this history in the books is completely different and the real history. So I think create a really big and important talk between the person inside the house, between the school and the children. This is so important. And I think the perfect place to talk about this is the table with the food.
Yes. The big table with the
That's
food.
why we cook it.
And that's why we cook it. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you. My question is now to somebody who is like in charge of the time. How bad is it? Do we still have...
We have another 5 minutes each.
Okay, you still have 2 minutes. Can we do our proposal?
Yes.
Okay.
5 or even less is better. Take the time that is needed.
What should we do?
We are connected. I need a very good sound. You see when you introduce it, but because we are open. Okay. So you make
Yes. So before the second group begins to show their performance, we will do 3 times and then action. Okay? Action!
Hello, Romanistan. Hello, Romanistan, virtual Romanistan. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we're all here.
How many of us is in virtual Romanistan?
It's online.
I'm here.
It's online. How many are we? I had 10,000 clicks today.
Wow, 10,000 of us in virtual Romanistan.
This place is really great.
It's beautiful.
Yeah.
There's no limit.
No discrimination here. Very nice.
But it has a
We decide our own borders.
Yeah, it has a beach. And it has hills.
Everybody's equal.
Oh.
But we give the passport only to our friends.
Yeah. I have a question. What should we do with the Germans? Should we let them in?
No, just temporary passport.
If they behave themselves good, then they can stay for a while.
Maybe.
Okay. People, I have to go to work. I have to leave. Bye-bye. See you tomorrow in virtual room.
Bonaventure doesn't believe in reality. It's not radical enough. We decided to make it in the cyberspace.
Yes, guys. What do you see? What they profound there? What do you see? Hi, people.
I think what I show is the most of us and everywhere else in the societies, the social media thing is also in a way very important. We are not allowed to forget it, but if we're just in this bubble, we will nothing change. But the idea of there looks like it's like the second world, very healthy, very helpful, nothing happens, no crime, everybody's happy, but just it's virtual, so that way it's not real.
So do you think with this social media we don't make a step forward and don't...
It could be the first step, but then it doesn't have nothing because somebody has to go to sleep, to cook, to take care of the parents, children, whatever, and then it's just a life. And
I have an objection. We'll all soon be all connected. Soon be all transhumanists, transformed into almost a robot.
Okay.
So I think that's the future, whether you like it or not. But that's the future, and then we'll have, and from that you can stay in your place. You have a chip in your room, have a red pill, a blue pill. You take the one you want, and you have it. That's it. That's a new
Okay, thank you very much, everybody. We came to the end.
The third group.
The third group is still thinking about it. Thinking.
No, come on. No, it's not allowed. No, one has to perform. No, third group.
No, that's a proposal so they continue to think about in reality.
No.
They will make their intervention in reality.
It's okay, it's okay.
So it was just a private lecture by one of the people. Die. Third group. To the stage.
haben der Verkauf. Die haben Macht, was? Ja, die haben Macht.
Stop right there. Stop right there. Don't go present.
Chaos.
Hey guys, thank you.
What did you see? What did you see? What was the proposal from your point of view?
I think somebody eating one other are fighting each other.
Making a mess.
Making a mess of the fact.
It was not
I saw an African president.
What?
I saw an African president.
What I saw was like the topic leads to real conflict, physical conflicts. You are trying to go somewhere that people say, no. I mean, we are all nice here. We are all like, yeah, very interesting topic. Yeah, let's think about. But maybe it's nice to be remembered that in reality, it's not always like that. Very often people say, with this topic, you can go to the door or I will throw you out through the window. You know, it's not about, we don't like it. So what I saw was that we have these objections in reality, and then the question for us is how to confront them. Yeah.
Yes, and I have a question to these two guys. What was this?
Fishing.
The closest I'll ever get to being a doctor.
What? Can you tell us?
Is a doctor and...
Medicine.
Yes.
Rehabilitation.
Thank you. Do you organize workshops for acting?
Yes.
Because they need some workshops. Okay.
Okay, thank you very much.
So much. Wir sind hier, we are here. Thank you so much. And we still stay here with the tunes of Manuela, Garcia, Aldana, and a break after that so that we can rearrange then also the chairs. At 7:30, around 7:30, we join again here, but please take a listen to these sounds. Thank you.
Carajás, tucanos, caraíbas, panos, iambiquaras, tupis, bororós, guaranis, caiova, iandeva, emibruia, yanomai, uaura, yamaiura, yaolapiti, fuiá, tixical, tixucaramãe, choclém, xicrim, crahó, rancoreca mecra, suiá. Curumim chama cunhatã que eu vou contar. Cunhatã chama curumim que eu vou contar. Curumim, cunhatã, curumim. Antes que os homens aqui pisassem nas ricas e férteis terras brasileiras, criaram povoadas e amadas por milhões de índios, reais donos felizes da terra do pau-brasil. Pois todo dia, toda hora, era dia de índio. Pois todo dia, toda hora, era dia de índio. Mas agora eles só têm um dia 19 de abril. Mas agora eles só têm um dia 19 de abril. Amantes da pureza e da natureza, eles são de verdade incapazes de maltratarem as fêmeas ou de poluir o rio, o céu e o mar, protegendo o equilíbrio ecológico da terra, fauna e flora. Pois na sua história o índio é o exemplo mais puro, mais perfeito, mais belo, junto da harmonia, da fraternidade, da alegria de viver, da alegria de amar. Mas no entanto agora o seu canto de guerra é um choro de uma raça inocente que já foi muito contente, pois antigamente todo dia, toda hora era dia de índio. Todo dia, toda hora era dia de índio. Hey, hey, hey. Hey, hey, hey. Hey, hey. Cheis, cariris, carajás, tucanos, caraíbas, panos, jambiquaras, tupis, bororós, guaranis, caiova, yandeva, emibruia, yanomai, uaura, yamaiura, yalopiti, fuiá, tixical, tixucaramãe, choclém, xicrim, carró, rancoreca mecra, suiá. Todo dia, toda hora, era dia de índio. Todo dia, era dia de índio.
La cloche, si sera personne me tente d'écoute, tu bois la peau. Tu vois qu'à mon fin, lave mes sacs, so complète sur la main. Si me raconte tout de mon camoite, si me raconte tout de mon famille, ou avant de moi qui tirote, mais la sagrade à mon léguer, la sagrade à mon léguer, ma père raconte tout de mon famille. La misère noire t'attrape moi mes quatre côtés miraille Chipaumire. Mon Thomas c'est bon mazine, parole mon maman. L'idée à moi mon petit n'a pas fait ménage dans ce place. Pas d'écoute parole mon maman, mon ami Nora dans la case, pas de non écoute de lui. Mon appel la melon à cause lui. La massage à mon côté, mais la sagrade à mon léguer. Ma père raconte tout de mon famille. La misère doit t'attraper. petite fille, tiens-moi, papi, prends patience. Mais prends patience, mon doudou, mais oui, la sauti. Morada Molisier, malade la moi, Moro Gas, Maro Moale, la pena si metto mon camoine, mon basile l'aura molé allé, mon basile l'aura molé allé, mon basile l'aura molé allé, mes gars, mon basile l'aura molé allé,
Àyìndé Síkírù màmá ẹ̀ gbogbo ayé gbọ́ o, ó ti náwó tó. Ẹni ńlá ní í ṣe nǹkan ńlá. Àká Ọmọláwálé ńlẹ́ ọmọ mú rẹ nìkẹ́. Ó ṣẹ̀yìn dé màmá ọmọ àṣírò ẹ̀ fún àṣẹ. Ẹnu ògbàròyìn ẹni débẹ̀ aró ń wí. Brandy Shinabu ń ṣe ló parẹ́ lọ́la àgbo. Skalaja kọ́ọ̀pù ni wọ́n fi ń ṣanwọ́. Àkànṣe gudugudu méje. Ọkọ Àṣàbí, ọkọ Ṣàdíyà, ọkọ Bílíkì, ọkọ Fàlílà. Ìkan ṣoṣo àràbà tí mi gbó kéjékéjé. Àká Ọmọláwálé S. Ìkan ṣoṣo àràbà tí mi gbó kéjékéjé. Àká Ọmọláwálé. Ọkọ Grace mo kí ẹ ò ẹ ṣe ẹ kú náwó. Ọkọ Mufuli Àkànní chairman ẹgbẹ́. Àlàó Ládé fún gbogbo ńlá kí o, àwọn ni director. Ẹgbẹ́ Arówólò lẹ́gbàdé. Dínà bá wọlé, òkùnkùn ńlá ti paradà. Àkàdé, bàbá Fáwùsà, bàbá Wáídì. Àyìndé Síkírù màmá ẹ̀ ò ń bọ̀ lóyìn. Ọmọláwálé ẹkú náwó, ọmọ múrẹ nìkẹ́ o, ọkọ adé nìkẹ́ o. Lóní àdúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ àwọn èèyàn ńlá tó wá, lọ́kùnrin àti lóbìnrin, àwọn bíi Ṣàánú Olú, Press ẹ ṣe àdúpẹ́, ṣe abúlé ọjà, ṣé ẹ rọ́jọ́ ọ̀hún bó ti dùn, wípé ẹni ọmọ sí ló bímọ. Ẹ̀yin sọ̀mọ́rí ẹ bá mi gbé ìyá ògo, ògo ya o, ògo àbíyẹ ìyẹ̀wò, ògo àbọ̀rùn ìyẹ̀lẹ̀. Àyìndé ó sanwó oṣù, ó sanwó àdìyó. Ẹ bá mi gbé ìyá ògo, ògo ìyẹ̀wò. Bàbá Fátímọ̀ mi, bàbá Fáídàtù, bàbá Sálímọ̀ tù Àká mo kí ẹ, bàbá Sàúdà. Lẹ́ o, Àká Ọmọláwálé ló ní àdúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ yín. Ẹni ọmọ sí ló bímọ. Òkú ọlọ́mọ gẹ́gẹ́ lágbèrè. Ẹni ọmọ sí ló bímọ.
Moi qui vis un travail, moi qui vis un super, te vends tous nos bagages. Les matins, les à moi le travail, te vends tous nos affaires, pour mettre moi dans la paille. Tu les prends tout raison pour toi, acheter mon est plus bon. Tu fais ce qui t'envie en moi, pour moi vivre dans du vent. Moi qui vis à tout, moi l'écho, pour moi là aussi, oui, moi et nanto. Moi qui mets tout dans la case, te vends tout à la race. Non, y'a t'en a pas manqué, ti femme, c'est moi qui te fais rôder. On peut trop faire pour toi, ti femme, sans même mon malheureux. Leurs amours de toi, tous les semaines, te mettent moi dans la peine. Cadeau mots de toi, tous les samedis, te les finis, moi la vie. Moi qui vis à tout, moi l'écho, pour moi là aussi, oui, moi et nanto. Soleil à moi rentrer, tout bagage fini vendé, désolation fait à moi pleurer. Moi pas foutu causer, li guette moi li rier, moi menacé moi n'a pas battu. À cause toi de Rosina, ma famille n'a pas fréquente moi. Tu fais un mari dans mon la case, tu vends tout mon bagage. Moi qui vis à tout mon l'écho, pour moi là aussi oui moi et nanto. Moi qui mets tout dans la case, tu vends tout à la race. Non il te n'a pas manqué ti femme, c'est moi qui te fais rôder. Je peux trop faire pour toi ti femme, ça même mon malheureux. Leurs amours de toi tous les semaines te mettent moi dans la peine. Cadeau mots de toi, tous les samedis, te les finis, moi la vie. Moi qui vis à tout, moi l'écho, pour moi là aussi, moi et nanto. Moi qui mets tout dans la case, te vends tout à la rase.
Hi. Hello. Yeah, I will. Hi, everyone. We're about to have the next performance lecture, so could you please take your seats? So up next we have Noah Angell, who will be giving a lecture performance entitled Museums Breed Ghosts. And this is a body of research many years in the making. I believe Noah's been working on this for about 10 years now, if not more. And it's really a call to listen to these captive objects to hear what they want to be. And it kind of echoes one of the sort of taglines of the exhibitions, of this exhibition, which goes, "It's about time these so-called objects were freed from their objecthood." So it's a call for us to kind of rethink these unsettled objects and how they can sort of speak to us and tell stories. So in this lecture performance, Noah offers a preview into years' worth of interviews with current and former British Museum staff. These include overnight security staff, visitor services, and other museum workers who tell stories of unquiet objects, restless human remains, and artifacts that seem to continually challenge the terms of their storage and display. Through a careful retelling of these stories, airing of airing of interview excerpts and other media collected in the course of the development of this work were led through something akin to a garden of transplanted and intermingling energetic presences. The many displaced presences inside the museum take the form of contested material heritages, still chars, ritual objects, antiquities that were instrumental in conflict or trauma, unruly remains, residual stains from the deaths inside the museum, and more. So within this discourse, calls for restitution come not from those who speak on behalf of nation states, but from the agency held by the artifacts themselves. So Noah is a writer, researcher, and storyteller. His work focuses on orally transmitted forms, including song and storytelling. He's currently working on a book and this long-term project, Ghost Stories of the British Museum, as well as a forthcoming documentary called Somewhere I'll Live On. So please welcome Noah.
Thank you, Nora. Thank you all for being here. What's that? Closer? Closer, yeah? And thanks to the folks at Savvy and Jameel Arts Center and Gallery IFO who have all made this possible. I'll get right into it. Museums breed ghosts. What follows is a lecture performance which serves as an introduction to my research into the ghosts of the British Museum. For a little over 5 years now, I've been collecting ghost stories from current and former museum staff. I have far too many fascinating stories to share with you all in the allotted time today, so this piece is structured as just a taste of the discourse that emerges from the combined testimony of museum workers' experiences of unquiet objects, restless human remains, and artifacts that seem to continually challenge the terms of their storage and display. This will all be much more fully elaborated in the book that I am presently writing. I should add that the scope of this research has recently broadened, so if any of you here today or listening out in the ether have ghost stories from any museum that you wish to contribute, please approach me later or email gsbm.contact@gmail.com. I would love to hear from you. Now to begin, museums breed ghosts. Colonial and ethnological museums in particular are especially prone to hauntings. Perhaps to put an object in a museum is to make a ghost of it. It may well be that the methods of acquisition common to these museums, whose collections have largely been built via processes of extraction and estrangement, including violence, theft, and fraud, cause ghosts to proliferate within them. It is a matter of transcultural consensus that hauntings arise from unaddressed trauma, festering in its prolonged irresolution and made worse by ongoing injustice in the world of the living. Folklore abounds with orphans, widows, those separated from loved ones or unable to return home who now haunt. It turns out that orphaned objects are not much different. By attempting and failing to force a split between a piece of material heritage and its rightful place, its attendant people, and its utility in the world, this displacement produces ghosts. I had never really given it much thought before. Even though I myself worked in a museum for 6 years on the gallery floor, as well as underground watching CCTV overnight, and later on, here and there as an exhibiting artist, I never much liked museums. At the very least, because they smell faintly of death. So even after about 10 years of living in London, I still had never been to the British Museum. I figured it was full of British things, which I wasn't too bothered about at that time, and I knew for sure that it was full of tourists. I never really had a reason to go, and so I didn't. Then in 2015, I was at the pub, the Prince George to be exact, or the George as it's often called, in the leafy residential back streets transitioning between Dalston and London Fields, attending a friend's birthday drinks. I was sat around the table oblivious. I didn't know anyone, and the acoustics were such that I couldn't hear a thing. Watching the others mime an apparently exhilarating conversation, all I could hear was a barroom cacophony, with shouting and laughter overriding speech and glasses clinking amid other indecipherable noise. I asked my friend whose birthday it was what everyone was on about. I wanted to hear. I needed to know what could have everyone around the table so engaged and full of laughter. She said to me, "Everyone who sat around the table, we all went to uni together. And while we were studying together, we all worked at the British Museum, and they're telling ghost stories." I thought that was curious. I wanted to make sure that I understood properly. "You mean like the museum itself is haunted?" She looked me in the eye and nodded with firm conviction. After leaving the pub, I met up with my good friend Francis Gooding, a writer and researcher on the British Empire. I told him that the British Museum was haunted and that we should endeavor to collect the stories. My guess at that time was that there were a half dozen or so stories that everyone knew, often repeated, and that it'd be a relatively straightforward task to collect them. There might even be a few interesting variations that occur in their retelling. What I found instead was many terribly unique first-hand stories from people who had worked at the museum for, in some cases, 30 years or more, who experienced the ghost stories as a revelation, causing them to reevaluate their workplace and the very idea of the museum. Somewhere along the line, I fell down a hole. I met one after the other: security, visitor services staff, collections managers, storage assistants, museum assistants, administrators, curators, post-room attendants, outside workers like surveyors and tour guides, and independent researchers of all kinds. They all seemed to have secrets that they were eager to contribute. Objects hold energy. To begin, it's important to state that the majority of museum workers I've spoken to do not self-identify as believing in ghosts and are hesitant to ascribe a cause or even a meaning to their encounters in the museum. However, they all seem to agree that objects hold energy. This formulation seems to encompass and bypass questions of belief. From there, the many phrasings of the idea vary. One visitor services worker told me, "When you play a violin, the violin retains your energy, or the energy of people who have played the violin before." Another points out that many of these objects are designed to have some kind of resonance. A couple of museum workers have identified themselves as adherents of the stone tape theory, a reference to the BBC television drama The Stone Tape, produced in 1972, which contains the idea that not only objects, but buildings, in this case, the British Museum's architectural skeleton, operate as recording devices, absorbing the energetic impressions of the people and objects inside, as well as traumatic events that have taken place inside the building. These recordings, so to speak, held in the stone tape, are eventually played back at unknowable intervals. As with all things English, there is a notable class divide in the understanding and telling of these events. Visitor services and security are overwhelmingly working class, natural-born storytellers, charismatic and concise, with a good sense of timing and dramatic structure. Curators tend to theorize at great length, citing historical precedent while avoiding claims of direct experience. There is a sense that they enjoy flirting with the suggestion of being not only a keeper of objects but also of spirits, but wouldn't wish to erode their own credibility or undermine the institutional line by acknowledging these presences as anything more than a slight, somewhat whimsical possibility. In contrast, overnight security guards take seriously their duty to spot intruders and to secure the building, and furthermore, they patrol in pairs, and therefore have credible witnesses corroborating their encounters. Irving Finkel, assistant keeper of ancient Mesopotamian script, languages, and cultures in the Department of the Middle East at the British Museum, i.e. a curator, and one who wrote their PhD on ghosts in ancient Mesopotamia, explains. Roll tape.
Security go around the building after dark. And the museum is like a madding crowd, whatever madding means, but that is jolly well an example of a madding crowd. It's a complete melee during the day. It's like Holborn Tube Station. And if there was anything subtle on any kind of wavelength that came off objects in the galleries, it would be trampled underfoot and swallowed forever. But at night, when there's nobody here, it's a whole different kettle of fish. And you know, when you have shadowy sculptures and you walk down the gallery and it's just your footfall and it's 2 in the morning, then a person is much more inclined to look at things in the cases, wonder about them and all that. And if that is something which can be registered by those people, that will be when it happens.
Phil Heery, a 29-year veteran of visitor services, now retired, elaborates on this point of one's vocation shaping their experience of the museum. Roll tape, please.
Yeah, I mean, the creators are so cocooned in their own environment. Sometimes they don't realise what goes on around them sometimes, you know. And there's no disrespect to them as people. I mean, they're very academically clever, but streetwise, they're not. You know, I mean, they're not streetwise. You know. I mean, they could talk you to death about a certain stone or a certain sculpture down there, but you ask them anything out about what's happening in the world today, you know, about modern society, they wouldn't know. But so they never really got involved with the galleries.
When Mr. Phil Heery invokes being streetwise and adds that the curators never really got involved with the galleries, he was nodding in the direction of the subject of our inquiry, ghosts. The curators stay sequestered in the back of house, and so while they may be involved in the research that readies objects for cataloging or exhibition, they are not present to observe the object's behavior on the museum floor or to hear visitors' impressions of these objects. As Finkel noted, this is especially so for the overnight security staff, or permanent nights, as they're known. Naturally, this introductory presentation will focus on the experiences of security and visitor services workers, as their experiences form the core of this project. The following is a story about a traveling exhibition, Germany, Memories of a Nation, from an anonymous member of the Permanent Nights. Roll tape, please.
When I was back as a warder, it was back in 2014. We had the Germany exhibition up in Gallery 35. One night, I was on night shift, must have been about 3 o'clock in the morning, and we were all settled down, the building's locked up. There were contractors working in Gallery 4, but the doors to getting into the Great Court were locked, and they were using another part of the museum as their toilet breaks, etc. So this whole area was secure. Next thing we know, and disabled toilets, the one on the east side, that had gone off. So immediately we've all gone, as an SST team and all supervisors, gone running into the Great Court, because that either means that someone's got locked in the toilet or someone's having a muck around. So we've gone in there, we checked that side. I've gone up the west side to go and check that disabled toilet, just in case anyone's gone through the whole thing, no one's there. So we don't know. I then get a call from the control room, and he obviously he can see on the camera the one that's pointing just outside the Gallery 35. I can't tell you specifically where it is, of course. He's called me up, so I've gone up there. Wasn't expecting what he had. There was massive balls of light, and I mean, I'm not talking small orbs, I'm talking big, bright lights that someone got a torch, and they were coming, going like that, floating up. Yeah, one that come down the steps, and it's sat there for about, in the middle, must be about waist height, for at least a couple of seconds, and then went shooting off. Wow. And that happened between about 2:30 to 4 o'clock every morning. In the end, me and Dave actually went up there. I took my torch to shine it around and see where it was. Obviously, it's dark at the time, so it was a little bit more easy to see. But even when me and Dave went there, the controller turned around and went, "They're all around you," and we're standing there going, "We can't see nothing."
So these things, you went up to the space while they were moving around, but you couldn't see them when you were there.
No, I physically could not see them, but you could see them on CCTV. And we tried taking photos as well to see if anything would pop up. Nothing. But these were literally coming down. It was like they were chasing each other kind of around, and we couldn't make out what it was. And then once the Germany exhibition went, they went.
This passage raises the question of the role of technology in imaging anomalous events. Some things appear only in photographs, others only on CCTV. Sometimes what one sees with their own eyes goes undetected by CCTV, and vice versa. This disparity brings to mind the lessons of molecular physics, where the density of matter registers differently, or not at all, depending on the instruments used in imaging, calling into question our understanding of objects or people as stable or static presences. This warder did eventually say that their feeling was that the presence of a fragment of a gate from the concentration camps at Buchenwald that bore the phrase, "To each what he deserves," was the cause of these lights. Here we find a variation on objects hold energy, the subcategory of someone is attached to that object. Roll tape, please.
I know, obviously, you get objects that hold energy, and you get objects that, people go with those objects. So at the end of the day, obviously, we've got a vast amount of objects in this place from different places around the world. I'm really not surprised if someone attached to that object was to come with it. You couldn't blame them, to be quite honest. So I'm happy to have him here.
This attitude of care towards the someone attached to the object is in some ways an extension of the security workers' sworn responsibility to watch over the building and the collections resident within it. While British Museum trustees refused to heed repatriation requests, while at the same time approving fossil fuel sponsorships, furthering a legacy of greed and extraction, consequences be damned, the overnight security workers are the ones caught in the middle. They cannot run the other way when there's a disturbance. They must ensure peace, or the semblance of it, order. And so then, when things go sideways, these workers are left in the untenable position of policing ghosts. Roll tape, please.
What do you do in that position when something just inexplicable takes place? And it's kind of your responsibility to figure out what it is.
If it was something like that, literally just balls of light, there's not much we can do. I mean, if it was the simple, to be quite honest, I'd probably do the exact same thing as what I'd done back then. I would watch it on CCTV because it absolutely amazed me.
Of course, not every worker with a ghost story is similarly amazed or amused when policing ghosts. Here's an excerpt of an interview with Dan Barwick, a former visitor services supervisor, who saw a trespasser in the back of house on Christmas Day. Roll tape, please.
Halfway through the patrol, we'd stopped. We can get a glass of water in here and we can have a cigarette, which is what we did. And we were talking and laughing and joking, but it's Christmas. We don't want to be here, but we're going to make the best of it, kind of thing. And when I looked up through the double doors that you can see at the end there with the glass in, somebody walked from the lift lobby across into the anteroom. And to be honest, I wasn't unduly worried. What I was angry that the patrol I was leading was suddenly now going wrong, because by no means should there be anybody behind us. So without thinking about what I was actually seeing, I got onto the control room and asked who was behind us. And I got the reply that there was nobody behind us. I wasn't happy with that. I called control again and said, it's Christmas, don't wind me up. Who's behind us? And I got the reply that, no, Dan, you and yours are the only patrol out.
They're watching on the cameras, is that the case? Or?
The whole place is alarmed up to the hilt.
I see. So there's any movement? No.
It's all infrared. So the moment you walk through an area, even an area, you're going to set something off. So I wasn't happy with that. Come on, who's behind us? No, you're the only ones out. There's nobody else out. And I'm not happy with that. So I figure it must be someone with keys because I've just locked those two doors. So I've gone down there. Lift lobby door is still locked. The other door is still locked. I'm still not happy. So I've opened the one where I've seen him go. I've opened the one into the ante room, gone in, checked the boardroom, checked the committee room, checked the ante room, checked the toilets, come back out, locked the door and thinking, well, where's he gone? It's now starting to dawn on me that whoever this is has not set off a single alarm. And I'm starting to get a little bit suspicious about what's going on. Am I still being wound up? And I'm not too sure. Then I had the thought, well, this guy's about my height. He's about 6 foot. He's a white male.
You saw that just in the passing?
Yeah. Side on to me. He's a white male. He's in his late 40s, early 50s. He's got quite a beaky nose. He's got thinning hair. He's got a white shirt and a black frock coat over the top.
Barwick eventually said that the intruder he saw that day looked a lot like a man whose portrait hung in the meeting room nearby. A former director or chief librarian, a big personality, as he put it. This is another dimension common to these stories. Directors and curators lived on site for much of the past 250 years or so, and a few long-deceased employees, some of whom died on site, have been seen going on about their workaday business within the museum. Of course, as we see in the next example, sometimes these security and visitor services workers do run the other way. Sometimes they keep running. I've heard tell of people who left their job at the British Museum after such encounters. Roll tape, please.
Well, I told you about one of those guys who used to be on security, didn't I?
Which one?
Going through the basements many years ago. He had to use a torch because I don't know which section of the basements it was, but he had to use a torch. And there was a sort of gated area that was locked. And he swung the torchlight round, literally just to check and make sure, yeah, that's fine, nothing there, blah, blah. Swung the torch round, and he said it was as if there was someone on the other side desperately trying to get out and rattling the cage. And he said he could see it going, there was nothing there. And this guy was a big guy. He said he legged it. He's absolutely petrified. He swung the torch like that. There was nothing.
There's much to pay attention to in the telling of these stories. That is, in how they're told. As the story begins, the gate is identified as a gate. Once it's rattled by this unseen presence, it's referred to as a cage. Here we have a very telling linguistic slip. A gate, it may be said, is there to keep others out, whereas a cage is meant to keep the caged in. Where one can walk out of a gate, one must be freed from a cage. The desperate shaking coming from the inside revealed what was only moments ago a gate as a cage that someone was struggling to be freed from. In contrast to the previous recording, where an intruder was seen in precise detail on Christmas Day, this rattling was not understood as the work of a trespasser, but instead of an invisible captive, the sight of whom didn't warrant further investigation, but blind horror. Museums breed ghosts, and stories of ghosts that are beyond policing. Who could have been rattling this gate? There are at least 6,000 discrete sets of human remains held by the British Museum, ranging from elaborately ornamented mummies to loose skull and bone fragments. The basement is a cage to so many. Human remains and contested objects held in colonial museums are in many ways prisoners of war. It's not at all unheard of for human remains to figure into prisoner swaps of warring or once warring nations as they attempt to normalize relations after a long season of conflict. Perhaps museum storage should be understood as something akin to a holding cell, an imperial-era detention center where thousands of people are held captive, denied rest and return out of the continued tradition of showcasing the bodies of those conquered by the imperial power, and as a materialization of the refusal or inability to accept the loss of empire. Desperate rattling is likely a mode of expression down there, the tremors of an unfreedom felt in the afterlife. Thus, when Prokopis Pavlopoulos, the former president of Greece, branded the British Museum a murky prison over its obstinate refusal to repatriate the Parthenon marbles, he spoke of a reality familiar to many museum workers. Fiona Candlin is a museologist who studied the night shift, accompanying the permanent nights as they made their rounds. Here's a story she tells of a guard who came to regard a certain Congolese artifact as uniquely powerful. Roll tape, please.
They talked about, one of them told me about it's in the African galleries. I think it's like a little dog, but it's a fetish object with all the nails knocked into it. So it's like it bristles with nails. And he said that he thought that was a powerful object, and that one night he'd been in and he pointed at it and all the alarms went off in the room, and it really freaked him out. And he went home and told his brother about it, and a couple of days later his brother came in to have a look at this particular object, and so he took his brother to see it, pointed at it, and all the alarms went off for a second time. And so he attributed that to, to the power of this object.
And how did he understand the power of that object? Do you remember how he characterized it?
It just was. It just was powerful.
In each example, we see the infrastructure of security, the alarm system, CCTV, locked gates and doors, all turned against the staff, as if to say, it is you who are in my space. This particular example of the two-headed dog is present because in the Congolese tradition, such a figure is meant to act at the behest of a trained spiritual leader, to mediate between the living and the dead, and the number of nails in its back is indicative of its power. As Candlin says, this figure is bristling with nails and seemed to act on cue. Furthermore, a storage worker told me that many of those objects that are vaguely categorized as fetish objects out of ignorance are often ornamented with nails or blades, and sometimes imbued with poison, in part to repel the uninitiated. Consequently, it sometimes happens that British Museum storage workers and conservators find themselves poisoned by a burst Abbas seed, and some have even ended up in the hospital as a result. It would be a bit reductive, and perhaps a little propagandistic, to assign to this multitude of happenings a simple and consistent political position. But as we're here today in part to speak about restitution, I'll say that I'm comfortable with the conclusion that these objects are out of place, and that the resultant disharmony of their often violent dislocation is part of a broader disharmony that we experience daily, where violent extraction and desecration of the sacred are so rampant as to pass without remark. In the following interview excerpt, I ask Phil Heery why, after never in his life having any experiences of ghosts, he had 3 such experiences, all in the Upper Egyptian Gallery where the mummies are displayed. These experiences in the Upper Egyptian Gallery all left him feeling shaken, so freezing cold on a summer night that he could see his breath, with goosebumps, nauseous, smelling indescribable smells, and feeling a hostility that drove him from the room, requesting backup from his colleagues. Here he describes the practice of unearthing and exhibiting corpses as mixing up the spirits. Another variation on objects hold energy, one that correctly characterizes the overly orderly, sterile presentation of the museum display of human bodies as a needless transgression. Roll tape, please.
It's striking to me that you've had 3 experiences in the course of 30 years all in the same space. Do you have any feeling as to like
why
whether those objects should be there or?
Yeah, I mean, I'm a great believer that you know, wherever you're buried, you should stay there. The sacrilege to bring anybody up, but because the mummies are such a great pull, I mean, I mean, we've had, a lot of the mummies there should be back in their graves. They shouldn't be in the museum. I'm talking about around the world, That's why now, if you go to Egypt, Khyam, who's back in his tomb in the Valley of the Kings, they're all back in the tombs now because they realise now that you're mixing the spirits up, because there's something out there. I don't know, but I know there's something out there. There's more than just life. There's something else besides life. You know what I mean? So I do think, I'm going to sound too dramatic here, but I think there's restless souls up there. So I think you're not to rest. I know I watch a lot of horror films and all that, so you can, but I've always believed that.
After all that I've heard, I would take Phil's formulation of mixing up the spirits one step further and say that not only the display of dead bodies, but also material heritage represents not a perfectly ordered history of this world, but is itself a material embodiment of profound disorder, our shared world torn limb from limb for all to see. And this is a very brief glimpse into the many ways in which museums breed ghosts. Thank you very much.
So just want to inform everyone that we'll be doing a 30-minute break now, a roundabout, and Amuleto Manuela will continue with the sonic passages. So get a drink, enjoy, and we'll see you back here soon. Thank you.
Mami din fe me te gbe. Ono te gbe ke bi fufu ina. Otado mwen be na fon. But the week me for eji. Why you eyi kwen yes me kuwa. Me no make a fake ashio. Mami din fe me te gbe. E kan me mi ko sa wa fe. Ye gbangwe la kukusa. Me she me de mutwa. Me no me te bu ke mwen. Me ni fi ke mu ko ka fe se ma o. Soit nous mains, papa dit que fait mais et quand même bien que qui a béné et dit l'oc ouais fin de mobile et de et for moi papa la ta quoi ouais mais nous te mais na ma bouille na lo mais on y a pi Angleterre au fois on go fait quoi en dédié. Job fue kwaba me magode la ye na me yi me ni ho me le gbe si so nation
Lá em casa vai tudo mal. E se lhe interessa saber, é coisa sentimental. Pra você eu posso dizer, lá em casa vai tudo mal. E se lhe interessa saber, é coisa sentimental. Sou um homem que gosta das coisas mais ou menos certas. Cama limpa, camisa passada, comida na mesa. Meu salário sem nenhum desconto, sinuca e cerveja. E de noite, depois do trabalho, o carinho da nega. Só que a nega faz tempo não lembra do velho conforto. Só se liga na televisão pra novela das 8. Eu que chego cansado e suado lá do Cais do Porto. Vejo a nega notando os defeitos que eu trago no corpo. Por isso eu digo, compadre, não dá mais. Não dá mais. Não dá mais. Não dá mais. Minha vida de uns tempos pra cá já não é mais a mesma. Porque a nega já nem faz questão de se deitar comigo. Eu já estou a perigo faz tempo e a nega nem liga. Fica lendo Capricho, Ilusão, Grande Hotel e Contigo. E digo de novo, não dá mais. Não dá mais. Não dá mais. Não dá mais. Qualquer dia eu saio do sério e viro a mesa. Tomo umas e outras na esquina e pulo a cerca. Quero ver se essa nega segura essa barra pesada, ou se vai colocar o meu nome na boca do saco. Por isso é que eu digo, não dá mais. Não dá mais. Não, 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 não. Não dá mais. Não dá mais. Não dá mais pé, não dá mais pé. Não dá mais. Não dá mais. Não, 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 não.
Train 5, leaving on track 4. All aboard.
Wouldn't care if he came along and begged me to come back. I'm gonna take this train and go rolling down the track. All the money in the world couldn't change my mind. Just tired of going along with the cheating and the lying and the begging and the crying. I'm tired of him doing me wrong. Sun is in, had a cloudy sky, and I think it's gonna rain. Let it rain, snow, sleet, hail, just don't stop this train. Don't stop this train. Jesse James, better not try. de deseo y pasión. Entonces mi gran dolor al pensar que jamás me querrás como te quiero yo. Recuerda tú en que yo te miré con ardiente mirar de deseo y pasión. Entonces mi gran dolor al pensar que jamás me querrás como te quiero yo.
con mi pelo.
Thank you so much. Manuela, Garcia, Aldana. We have to recognize the music, the ones that gives us the vibe. You know, as we mentioned earlier on, this is about the phoenix to find its form in us. This is about the spirit to remember that what is form, what is matter, is what is being shaped from within. And here we come again and we meet again and join again from within, because what has connected us is the consciousness, is our spirit. We don't come like a motorized, I was about to say a bicycle, but it already exists, yes, electronic bicycle, but not also like cars, but we come through what is from inside of us. I mean, it's difficult to look at these very kind faces and not to say, wow, thank you so much that you're here. All of them that we know from so long, such a long time. Thank you so much. Also to recognize artists that are with us, that are going to be in future works. I don't know if you want us already to say something, but at least we can recognize Billy Bichokas with us, who came from a long way and who's at the moment now doing a residency. Thank you for being here. But also Samia Henni is already there and will have tomorrow an intervention and a talk. And you are also part of the exhibition that is still happening at IFA Gallery. So please take your time also until the 29th of August at the IFA Gallery, which has some stops only from here. You can have a look and a deeper insight into what this form of the phoenix it is that we talk about and that we actually have as a practice in that laboratory of form ideas. So, with that, with the music that has paused and the muses that continue, I would like, okay, I have to recognize Kelly Krugman, who is the force of that project, as many others, as Sagal Farah, Billy Fowo, as Linhan Balat Balhelbok, as Meghna Singh, as Lily, exactly, Simoji. Thank you all, Antonio Mendes. Thank you so much for all this that we have come and crystallized here. For our photographer, Raisa Galofre, hello. Thank you so much for all the technicians and your patience and all this driving force to tune, to know when to equalize and to vibrate us. And we are now coming into, I would say midterm, because this can go on for some further hours. I would like to recognize the ones that have been with us so far from the virtual space and the physical space. Besides our co-curators that have been here partly in presence with Nora Razian, but also Rahul, I have spotted you. Yes, hello Rahul from Ajamir Center. Yes, thank you so much for this crystallization of that project. Yes, Alia Septi from IFA Gallery, who will be there tomorrow with us. And of course, also all the artists, all the spirits, all the driving forces of that longer project at large that have been, as at least today, initiating that Invocations with us. Marian Pastorotes and Pio Abad, who talked about the digital restitution. Benji Boyadgian about the Cabinet of Curiosity. I'm actually partly in that cabinet, which is actually spaced here. But of course, it is not about exposing the curiosity, but more the crimes made of through museums that expose realities, beings as curiosities. This is also part of a long-term research of Benji Boyadgian of these places that have been devastated, but actually they have been realities for many people, and how to remember, how to keep these memories. We have also been together with Mike Rakowitz from the virtual space and his letter to an encyclopedic museum curator. The letter is in the back if you have some time later on the next 2 days. Until the 22nd of August, this exhibition is still real. And in the IFA Gallery until the 29th of August, where there are 5 artists and artworks present. I mean the artworks and the artists in the background. And we have also, of course, continuously been with Manuela Garcia, Aldana, who will continue to drive us to the night. Hamze Bytyci and the youth group We Are Here, that are part of Roma Trial long-term initiative to remember the Paraimos, the genocide committed on the Roma people, and to reconnect with the one that have been suffering, but also creating a force through the creative work that they do. And of course, all the ones that we are all have been taken by their spirits today, that joined us there in their created stage, and where we try to reflect on what can we do to protect the ones that are continuously under the threat. And just before now, we had Noah Angell and the ghosts that were also seducing us into some curiosities in some museums. And now we would like to introduce to you Damien Reguera, which I call Tonton, because my culture defends me to call my eldest by the first name or the last name. So Damien Reguera, scholar from Rwanda, thank you for being here. Bienvenue.
Thank you very much.
Merci. Je vais faire une introduction de ton parcours très rapidement. So we will do kind of a duo with the original French language of Damien Reguera's talk, Tonton's talk, and a short summary in English for the ones who are in the virtual space to connect. And on the wall, we will project the English translation for the ones here. So, alors, Damien Reguera, tu es anthropologue, you are an anthropologist and a former professor of anthropology and sociology at the National University of Rwanda, and you were a senior official at the UN. You wrote a report on the traces of the German colonial period in Rwanda in the context of an exhibition called German Colonialism that took place in Berlin in 2016 at the German Historical Museum. Also, you co-conceived the permanent exhibition on the German colonial period in Rwanda at the Kant House. We have to also deconstruct that name very soon in Kigali. That opened in 2017, and you live in France. Welcome, bienvenue, merci d'être là.
Bonsoir tout le monde. Alors, permettez-moi d'abord de dire un grand merci à Savi Contemporary. Je vois Bonaventure qui est là. Alors, vous avez une équipe de choc, vous avez une équipe dynamique. Et merci à toute l'équipe. Alors, en particulier, bien sûr, vous ne m'en voudrez pas. Je remercie Arlette Ndakoze qui m'a aidé, qui va me faire le résumé en anglais, et à Lia qui a traduit en urgence mon texte en anglais qui sera, je crois, projeté sur l'écran. Voilà, je peux commencer maintenant.
So this was a short thank you note to the SEBI team, but also to Leah, who translated the text that you will be seeing here on the screen, on the projected wall.
Thank you. Le viol est une prise de possession et de destruction du corps. Lorsqu'un pays est envahi, il est violé et les envahisseurs prennent possession du corps du pays et ses habitants. Ils procèdent à des changements majeurs dans l'organisation sociale, économique, politique et culturelle du pays. Ils remodèlent la géographie et les frontières, falsifient l'histoire, imposent leur langue et leur religion. Ils s'emparent des objets culturels, symboliques, profanent des sépultures pour en extraire des restes humains et emportent ainsi chez eux les éléments constitutifs de l'identité, de l'histoire et de la mémoire du peuple envahi. C'est ce viol que les peuples colonisés ont subi. Le Rwanda n'a pas fait exception. Ce soir, je voudrais vous entretenir de la falsification de l'histoire et du viol de l'identité du Rwanda par l'Allemagne et la Belgique, pays qui ont colonisé le Rwanda entre 1885 et 1962. Nous examinerons dans un premier temps les piliers d'une politique coloniale qui a conduit à la racialisation d'un peuple et a changé les convivialités horizontales de vie communautaire en haine raciale, jetant ainsi les bases du génocide perpétré contre les Tutsis en 1994. Dans un deuxième temps, nous verrons comment le Rwanda peut pleinement récupérer son identité à travers le rétablissement de son histoire et la restitution de la mémoire, de l'immatériel, des archives et des biens culturels et symboliques détenues dans les musées et les institutions des pays qui ont colonisé le Rwanda et dans tous les autres pays dans lesquels ces biens sont éparpillés.
Alors, je vais traduire brièvement pour ceux qui sont en ligne. Alors, in English and very short for the ones who are online. Rape is the taking possession and destruction of the body. When a country is invaded, it is raped, and the invaders take possession of the body of the country and its inhabitants. So, shortly to talk about that kind of rape, this is the kind of rape that colonized peoples that have suffered, and Rwanda was no exception. Tonight, I would like to talk about the falsification of history and the rape of Rwanda's identity by Germany and Belgium, the countries that colonized Rwanda between 1885 and 1962. Also, as a short summary about the recover that Tonton Regra is pointing out to, it is to see how Rwanda can fully recover its identity through the re-establishment of its history and the restitution of the memory. Intangible archives, but it also includes the intangible, the archives, the cultural, religious, and symbolic goods held in the museums and institutions of the countries that colonize Rwanda and in all the other countries in which these goods are scattered.
Merci. Premier point, violation de l'intégrité territoriale du Rwanda et ses conséquences. Le Rwanda a été attribué à l'Allemagne par la conférence de Berlin, c'est-à-dire ici même, en 1884-1985, une conférence qui était dite conférence du Congo. La prise de possession du Rwanda par l'Allemagne a eu lieu en 1897 avec la remise du drapeau du drapeau allemand, vous voyez le lapsus. Ça m'amuse. Donc, on aurait voulu faire le contraire. Alors, l'Allemagne, une lettre de protection du Kaiser par le capitaine von Hamze au roi du Rwanda, Yui IV Musinga. Ça se faisait comme ça parce qu'ils avaient des fusils. L'Allemagne accepta de céder à la Belgique et à l'Angleterre un tiers du Rwanda dont les frontières ouest et nord furent redessinées et fixées définitivement à Bruxelles en 1910. C'est ce que j'appelle la violation de l'intégrité territoriale du Rwanda et ses conséquences. Est-ce que je peux avoir la carte, s'il vous plaît?
So, entre-temps, je vais faire un petit résumé. So we will show two maps in a short time. And this is in the context of the Berlin Conference, also called the Congo Conference, which was held in 1884 until 1885 here in Berlin. In that time, Germany took over Rwanda, and this happened in 1897, so after negotiations, after that conference, and with this handing over of the German flag, this happened. Germany agreed to cede 1/3 of Rwanda to Belgium and England, whose western and northern borders were withdrawn and finally fixed in Brussels in 1910. See these maps.
Voici la carte du Rwanda avant que les Allemands n'arrivent au Rwanda. Cette carte, je me permets de bouger.
Oui.
Cette carte, c'est ça le Rwanda.
This is Rwanda.
1600. Et vous allez voir la carte, c'est bon. La carte suivante, vous allez, donc le Rwanda, c'était ça.
So before this seizure by the Germans, British and Belgians, this was Rwanda. All of that, partout où on voit des couleurs. Donc le rouge là, ce qui passe, c'est ça qui a été la frontière.
Ça c'est la frontière.
The red line is the border. La frontière artificielle.
La partie que le roi de Belgique a pris, c'est là. C'est au Congo maintenant.
The Belgian king took that place of the what is now East.
Actuellement, c'est en Ouganda et c'est intangible.
Mm-hmm.
Et donc, c'est un tiers. Par exemple, actuellement, nous n'avons pas l'île et jouir, nous n'avons pas le lac Kivu, nous avons juste ici, et ça appartient au Congo. Et donc, la violation a été telle que tout ce qui était au Rwanda, un tiers, a été donné à l'Ouganda et au Congo.
So all the parts that are after these red lines, which is down the east and north of Rwanda, the east, which is now Congo, but which was Rwanda back then, and fell into the hands of the Belgian king, which then made this Belgium, and then the Uganda part, which was before in that area, Rwanda, fell into the hands of the British people. And this is the map that you had before all that happened, before all these, the red line, the borders were created.
Je vais m'asseoir un petit peu.
Oui, s'il te plaît.
Thank you.
Tu peux prendre.
Alors, juste rapidement, en fait, ah oui, gardez la carte. La carte. Map. Oui, comme ça. La partie que vous voyez qui appartient à RDC Congo actuel, cette partie de nord-ouest, c'est le Kivu actuel. Je ne regarde pas mon texte comme ça, je vais aller plus rapidement. Cette partie, vous savez qu'actuellement, c'est la partie la plus problématique, où il y a des groupes, des groupes armés, où il y a tous les problèmes qu'on puisse imaginer, les problèmes des Banyamulenge, les problèmes de tout l'est du Congo, c'est-à-dire les problèmes du Kivu. Or, ce Kivu, cet endroit-là, appartenait au Rwanda. Et les rwandophones, les gens qui habitent là-bas, parlent le Kinyarwanda, puisque ça appartenait au Rwanda. Et à un moment donné, heureusement maintenant ça a changé, à un moment donné, le Congo s'est amusé en disant que ce ne sont pas des Congolais, alors que les frontières ont été fixées et que, qu'on parle le Kinyarwanda ou pas, on est Congolais. Et donc, plein de problèmes. Donc, c'est pour vous dire les conséquences d'intervision des frontières. Et ceci, je me permets juste de le dire, ce n'est pas dans mon texte, vaut pour la plupart des pays africains. C'est-à-dire qu'on ne va pas refaire toute l'histoire de l'Afrique, mais alors, l'Union africaine, en 1963, a dit, voilà, on ne touche plus à rien, intangibilité des frontières, parce que ça a arrangé tout le monde. Mais le Mali dans les mêmes problèmes, tous les problèmes qu'on a maintenant, c'est cette histoire-là qui nous poursuit.
So, Toton Regera is pointing out to the consequences of that demarcation, which happened after that Berlin Conference and then in 1897 and 1910. And the problematics are more or less settled around that Kivu region, which is on the left side of that red border. So the east part of Rwanda, which used to be still Rwanda, and where even today there are so many Rwandese speaking Rwanda there. So the conflict is on one hand that the Rwandese, that after that demarcation became at least officially Congolese, for a long time have not been recognized as Congolese because they spoke Rwandese. But at the same time, we face these regions. There are so many conflicts internally in Congo, and we will speak about the consequences, but Dr. Regera also says how actually this is not only the case for Rwanda, but for the entire continent, and that, for instance, in 1963, the African unity, because it was so problematic to think about all these borders and how to deconstruct them, it was easier to just say, we let it as it is, we don't touch them, but this is something that still is problematic, for instance, in Mali and further regions.
Merci. L'autre carte, s'il vous plaît. Deuxième carte.
So there's a second map. Yes, the second one, there are only two. Donc celle qui sera...
Second map.
Qui sera après cette session. Okay, Lia, are you around?
Yes.
Yes, can you show them? Okay, now.
Ça, c'est le Rwanda actuel.
On the right side, à la droite.
Voilà. Et vous voyez la différence.
So on that right side, this is actual Rwanda in the present tense, and you see the difference.
OK, thank you. Ça, c'était pour la violation des frontières. Maintenant, la falsification de l'histoire et la violation de l'identité rwandaise et ses conséquences. En février 1900, le texte de...
Kelly, can you bring back the text? Yes.
Yes.
So now on the violation of the territorial integrity of Rwanda and its consequences. This is point one.
Second point, please.
Ah d'accord, le point 2 déjà. Oui.
This is my poor
Ah oui,
English.
voilà.
OK. Alors, la falsification de l'histoire, violation de l'identité rwandaise et leurs conséquences. En février 1900, des missionnaires de la Société des missionnaires d'Afrique, Pères Blancs, sont arrivés à la cour royale du Rwanda. Et pendant que l'Allemagne et la Belgique s'occupaient de la mise en place de l'administration coloniale, les missionnaires, pour pouvoir convertir les Rwandais à la religion chrétienne, se mirent à étudier les coutumes et la culture des Rwandais qu'ils jugèrent incompatibles avec le christianisme. Ainsi, tout baptisé devait renoncer à l'essentiel de sa culture et de sa religion rwandaise, traitées par les missionnaires comme des pratiques sataniques. L'Allemagne, dont le personnel colonial était essentiellement militaire, pratiqua une politique coloniale indirecte, s'appuyant tout en essayant de les canaliser, à la fois sur l'administration traditionnelle rwandaise et sur le système de contrôle social que mettaient en place les missionnaires Pères Blancs. Ces derniers, Pères Blancs, devinrent pratiquement les inspirateurs et les bras armés de la politique coloniale, surtout belge au Rwanda. Ce sont surtout eux qui, à partir des récits de la tradition orale rwandaise, manipulés sans outils d'analyse ni vérification, ont falsifié l'histoire du Rwanda et l'ont imposée par des écrits pseudo-scientifiques. Par exemple, les trois groupes socio-économiques, Hutu, Tutsi, Twa, dont vous avez tous entendu parler, qui vivaient ensemble, partageaient la même culture, la même langue, la même religion, furent décrits comme des ethnies antagonistes. Le peuplement du Rwanda fut entièrement inventé. Les Twa furent érigés en autochtones, ayant habité dans les forêts rwandaises. On fit venir les Hutus agriculteurs du Tchad et très tard, enfin, vers le XIe siècle ou le XIVe, selon les auteurs, arrivèrent les Tutsis, toujours dans la fable des missionnaires, possesseurs de vaches qui allaient assujettir comme par magie les Hutus. Les théories raciales et racistes du XIXe siècle, Arthur de Gobineau et ses sur l'inégalité des races humaines, furent mises en pratique pour justifier la nouvelle histoire falsifiée. Le mythe hamite, pour ceux qui lisent la Bible, de Khyam, fils de Noé, qui a vu son père, paraît-il, ivre et qui était nu, Et donc, il a été maudit. Et il est devenu, dans l'histoire, le père des Noirs. Et ce mythe-là fut utilisé pour attester la supériorité de la race. À l'époque, on utilisait aussi termes race et ethnie. Et donc, les Tutsis seraient venus d'Égypte et même de Caucasie. La version retenue et la plus répandue est celle qui en a fait des Nilotiques venus d'Éthiopie. Et cette falsification de l'histoire du Rwanda et de l'identité réelle de la population a produit une politique coloniale catastrophique dans tous les domaines de la vie quotidienne des Rwandais, organisation sociale, économique, administrative, politique, enseignement, éducation, croyances religieuses. Je peux m'arrêter peut-être pour toi.
Alors, pour les internautes, for the ones who are online, we talk now about the falsification of history, the violation of Rwandan identity and their consequences. To continue from what happened when there was a division by the Germans, the British and the Belgians, in February 1900, missionaries from the so-called Society of Missionaries of Africa, also called White Fathers, arrived at the Royal Court of Rwanda. I summarize here. The missionaries, in order to convert the Rwandans to the Christian religion, began to study the customs and culture of the Rwandans, which they judged incompatible with Christianity. Thus, every baptized person had to renounce the essence of the Rwandan culture and religion, seen by the missionaries as satanic practices. Here also a summary. The latter, so these White Fathers missionaries, they became practically the inspirers and the arms of the colonial policy, especially the Belgian in Rwanda. It was they who falsified the history of Rwanda and imposed it through pseudo-scientific writings. For instance, they used the history of the Rwandan oral tradition and manipulated it without any analysis or verification tools. We can talk about one example of that history. What they did is, for example, to say that the three or to, in their pseudoscience, to analyze the three socio-economic groups as antagonistic ethnic groups. Instead, these groups, the Hutu, Tutsi, and Twa, they lived together, share the same culture, language, and religion. Here also I make a jump and summarize. So this falsification of the history of Rwanda and the real identity of its population has produced a catastrophic colonial policy in all areas of the daily life of Rwandans, the social, economic, administrative, political, and the teaching and education, and the religious beliefs.
J'ai deux exemples pour donner ces conséquences. En 1925, la Belgique a décrété une réforme de la société rwandaise. Il a été décidé que seuls les Tutsis devaient être chefs, alors que selon la tradition, les chefferies des terres, des pâturages, des armées revenaient de manière équilibrée aux Tutsis et aux Hutus. Il y avait même des chefferies dirigées par des femmes et des Batois. Ils furent également supprimés. À partir de 1931, date à laquelle le roi Yuhi IV Musinga a été destitué et exilé pour s'être opposé à la politique coloniale belge et surtout avoir refusé de se faire baptiser, des cartes d'identité avec mention de l'ethnie Hutu, Twa et Tutsi furent distribuées. Était Tutsi celui qui possédait plus de 10 ou 15 vaches, ce qui fait que dans une même famille, on pouvait avoir Tutsi ou Hutu selon le nombre de vaches qu'on avait. Un homme a contribué de manière déterminante à faire des Tutsis des auxiliaires de cette politique de racialisation qui va petit à petit engendrer des tensions entre les classes sociales rwandaises et se transformer en conflit et haine appelée abusivement ethnique ou raciale. Il s'agit de Monseigneur Léon Paul Classe, premier vicaire apostolique du Rwanda, qui a occupé le siège épiscopal de Kabwayi au Rwanda de 1922 à 1945. Cet évêque, véritable penseur de la politique coloniale belge au Rwanda, son projet était de faire du Rwanda un royaume chrétien au centre de l'Afrique. C'était un projet écrit noir sur blanc. Et c'était sur le modèle du royaume chrétien de France sous Clovis et Charlemagne. Après avoir contribué à destituer le roi qui refusait le baptême, il fit introniser Rudahigwa, son fils, sous le nom dynastique de Mutara III. Celui-ci, une fois baptisé, consacra le Rwanda au Christ roi. Et tous les chefs du Rwanda, dans un mouvement d'obéissance au nouveau roi chrétien, se firent baptiser, suivis par leurs administrés. Et donc tout le Rwanda presque tout le Rwanda a été baptisé avec cette idée que si vous baptisez le roi, vous baptisez, c'est le modèle de Clovis et de Charlemagne, eh bien tout le monde devient baptisé. Et c'est Abou-Rahme dans la langue, ça veut dire la parole du roi. Je peux m'arrêter.
Je vais faire aussi brièvement. Here, in short, before we arrive to the baptization of the king and then the Christian kingdom, that was a realization made by force, especially by one certain bishop, Léon Paul Classe. But I will summarize. So, the catastrophic colonial policy in all areas and of the daily lives that we talked about have also two examples. For instance, in administrative and in the administrative area, in 1925, Belgium decreed a reform of Rwandan society. It was decided that only Tutsis should be chiefs, whereas traditionally the chieftainships of land, pastures, and armies were given to Tutsis and Hutus in a balanced way. There were even chieftaincies headed by women and Twa. These were also abolished. From 1931 onwards, when King Yuhi Musinga IV was deposed and exiled for opposing Belgian colonial policy, and especially for refusing to be baptized, identity cards with the ethnicity Hutu, Tutsi, and Twa were distributed. False identities. A Tutsi was someone who owned more than 10 or 15 cows, according to that falsification and that tale and myth. And so that in the same family, one could be a Tutsi or Hutu, depending on the number of cows one had. I will shortly pause here before we now talk about what happened once Rwanda became a Christian kingdom.
Thank you. Je vais essayer de résumer pour avancer. La conséquence de cette politique, c'est que une falsification de l'histoire comme celle-là, le viol de l'identité des Rwandais, commençait à se manifester dans les années 50, surtout à partir de 1957. Un autre homme d'église, Monseigneur André Perrodin, archevêque de Kabwayi toujours, soutenant un mouvement d'une élite Hutu qui s'opposait à l'ordre rétabli d'une administration dominée par les Tutsis. Et une fois que le royaume chrétien triomphait, l'Église et la colonisation belge pouvaient se débarrasser des Tutsis, surtout que ces derniers réclamaient l'indépendance. Dès novembre 1959, les Tutsis furent victimes de massacres de masse et des milliers d'entre eux fuirent à l'étranger. La monarchie fut abolie en 1961 et une indépendance nominale, j'insiste sur nominale, octroyée le 1er juillet 1962, puisque c'est la Belgique qui continue en fait une certaine colonisation. Deux républiques totalement hutus, basées sur la discrimination des Tutsis dans tous les domaines, se succédèrent jusqu'au génocide des Tutsis en 1994.
Once the Christian kingdom triumphed, the church and the Belgian colonization could get rid of the Tutsis, especially as the latter were demanding independence. From November 1959 onwards, the Tutsis were victims of massacres and thousands of them fled abroad. The monarchy was abolished in 1969, and nominal independence, because in fact the Belgians continued to stay there. So the nominal independence was granted on the 1st of July 1962. Two totally Hutu republics based on the discrimination of Tutsis in all areas followed one another until the Tutsi genocide of 1994.
Merci. Maintenant, l'histoire du Rwanda, je vous ai montré comment elle est falsifiée. Maintenant, l'histoire du Rwanda telle que rétablie par les historiens rwandais de l'Université du Rwanda. J'abrège un peu, après le génocide, les historiens du Rwanda ont repris avec les archives à Rome, les archives en Belgique, en Allemagne, etc. Ils ont retravaillé et surtout, ils ont utilisé l'archéologie. Et donc, un livre est sorti, Histoire du Rwanda, des origines à la fin du XXe siècle, sous la direction de deux professeurs d'université. Et ce livre est en 3 langues, Kinyarwanda, français et anglais. La version française est entièrement sur Google. Ce livre est fruit d'un travail minutieux mené par des historiens rwandais, docteurs en histoire et professeurs à l'Université du Rwanda, rétablir l'histoire du Rwanda sur des bases scientifiques, critique historique, sources matérielles, archéologie, écrite, orale, audiovisuelle. Et voici un résumé, quelques exemples contredisant l'histoire falsifiée sur laquelle s'est construite la politique coloniale et restituant l'identité des Rwandais. Les fouilles archéologiques ont démontré que l'âge de fer au Rwanda est attesté et daté à 685 avant Jésus-Christ. Donc le Rwanda est habité depuis le 7e siècle avant Jésus-Christ. Les mêmes fouilles archéologiques ont découvert 2 dents de vache datées du 3e siècle après Jésus-Christ. Rappelez-vous que la fable colonialo-missionnaire indiquait que les Tutsis étaient les seuls possesseurs de vaches et qu'ils sont arrivés au 11e, 12e, 13e, 14e siècle avec des vaches venues d'Éthiopie. Ici, nous avons des vaches rwandaises dont les dents sont datées du 3e siècle après Jésus-Christ. Ça, c'est les fouilles archéologiques, on n'y peut rien. Une étude récente, juillet 2020, atteste la découverte dans le sud du pays des squelettes humains et des restes de sorgho, c'est-à-dire de mil, et de lésine, datés du 4e siècle après Jésus-Christ. Ainsi donc, l'archéologie démontre que l'élevage a précédé l'agriculture et que le Rwanda est un pays depuis toujours agro-pastoral et même les climatologues le démontrent. Donc on est loin de la terrible fable colonialo-missionnaire de Hutus venus du Tchad, défrichant la forêt, des Tutsis nilotiques envahisseurs maintenant sous le joug de la vache des Hutus bantous. Donc la société rwandaise était ainsi décrite. Alors que là, on sait maintenant qu'elle s'est structurée petit à petit par des brassages et migrations internes de lignages et de clans. Et c'est sur cette structuration de l'État rwandais que l'État rwandais s'est construit. On est passé de ces royaumes claniques par des alliances matrimoniales et des guerres inter-royaumes, ce qui n'est guère particulier au Rwanda, tous les pays passent par là, pour arriver à un seul royaume appelé Rwanda, qui est devenu à la fin du XIXe siècle un peuple-nation, les Banyarwanda, et un État-nation, le Rwanda. L'unité culturelle s'est renforcée avec une langue commune, le Kinyarwanda, et une identité reconnue par chaque habitant comme Umunyarwanda, c'est-à-dire appartenant au Rwanda. Voilà la véritable histoire du Rwanda.
So, Tonton Regra wants to point out to research, to facts, to archaeological research, for instance, but mostly also to a book that Rwandese historians were publishing in 2016. This book is titled History of Rwanda, From the Origins to the End of the 20th Century, and it has been edited by Rwandese historians. I make it brief to now come to what has been found out in the archaeological research. For instance, that they have shown that the Iron Age in Rwanda is attested and dated to 685 before the Christian era. And recently, in July 2020, we have had, research has been held that has realized that in southern Rwanda, human skeletons and remains of sorghum and Ulyssen were dated to the 4th century of that time. And if we remember that tale that states that Rwandese Tutsi came from so-called area of Ethiopia, and that they were cattlers and coming with the cows from that region, we know now that this is a falsification and that actually these cows were Rwandese, as they have been attested the presence of Rwandese at least in the 7th century before the Christian time. And in that research in 2020, that archaeology demonstrates that livestock farming preceded agriculture and that Rwanda was an agro-pastoral country in the 4th century of that time. So we are far from the terrible colonial missionary fable of Hutus coming from Chad and clearing the forests and invading Nilotic Tutsis, now under the yoke of the cow of the Bantu Hutus. Rwandan society was structured little by little through the intermingling and internal migration of lineages and clans. The Rwandan state was built on this structure. So we went from clan kingdoms through matrimonial alliances and inter-kingdom wars to arrive at a single kingdom called Rwanda. At the end of the 19th century, it became a people nation, the Banyarwanda, and a nation state, Rwanda. The cultural unity was reinforced with a common language, and Tonton Regra will talk about this now.
Thank you. Dernier point, la restitution et le rapatriement des restes humains, des biens culturels, et le renforcement de l'identité rwandaise. Cela va bien avec les thématiques de cette conférence. La falsification de l'histoire d'un peuple et le viol de son identité sont toujours caractérisés par le pillage de ses biens les plus précieux, restes humains, biens culturels, objets d'art, objets cultuels, symboliques, comme les trônes et couronnes de rois. Les colonisateurs commencent par s'emparer de ces biens, souvent par le truchement des expéditions scientifiques, comme celle que fit le duc de Mecklenburg au Rwanda en 1907. Des objets du patrimoine culturel rwandais ont été récoltés par les chercheurs, des anthropologues, des ethnologues, des archéologues, des missionnaires, des touristes. Cette activité de collecte servait des objectifs de recherche, de gains financiers ou professionnels. Les restes humains collectés comme des crânes servaient pour des recherches sur la classification des races humaines, dans l'optique de démontrer la supériorité des Européens sur les Africains, et cela justifiait le bien fondé de la colonisation. Les méthodes de collecte pouvaient être la violence, la ruse, l'achat forcé, etc. Les collections entières constituées d'éléments botaniques, biologiques, ornithologiques, animaliers, miniers, furent acheminées dans les musées européens. Les archives comprenant des rapports, des correspondances, prirent le chemin des musées, mais aussi des institutions politiques comme les ministères des Affaires étrangères ou privés, comme des bibliothèques, des organisations religieuses, où elles sont classées confidentielles et interdites à la consultation du public. Les biens appartenant au Rwanda ont été localisés en Allemagne, en Belgique, en France, au Vatican, en Tanzanie, en RD Congo, au Burundi, en Ouganda, en Algérie, aux USA et ailleurs dans des institutions privées et chez des individus. C'est important cette énumération, je vous dirai pourquoi. Tous ces biens ont une valeur inestimable, à la fois culturelle, spirituelle, socio-économique et scientifique. Ils représentent pour tous les Rwandais d'aujourd'hui et de demain la mémoire et la dignité d'un peuple qui en a besoin pour retrouver pleinement et affirmer son identité.
So the superiority of Europeans over Africans was a way to justify the rationale for colonization. Damir Regera talked about the research and the pseudoscience that has been held by colonists. The methods of collections could be violence, trickery, forced purchase, etc. So the collection of skulls, but also of further human remains. They were taken to European museums. Archives, including reports, correspondence, and further ones, were taken to museums, but also to political institutions, such as ministries of foreign affairs and private institutions, such as libraries of religious organizations, where they are classified as confidential and not open to public consultation. Rwanda's property has been located in Germany, Belgium, in France, in the Vatican, in Tanzania, in DRC, Congo, Burundi, Uganda, Algeria, and the USA. And this list, the way to enumerate this is very important, and Damien Regera will tell us why. But they were also brought elsewhere in private institutions and individuals. All these properties have an inestimable cultural, spiritual, and socio-economic, as well as scientific value. They represent for all Rwandans of today and tomorrow the memory and dignity of a people who need them to fully recover and affirm their identity.
Merci. Le débat sur la restitution des biens arrachés par les colonisateurs aux colonisés a pris une tournure conflictuelle à partir du moment où les détenteurs de ces biens, la plupart des musées occidentaux et des galeries d'art, défendent l'idée de l'universalité des biens culturels et de leurs droits acquis sur ces biens que protègent les lois des pays occidentaux et refusent clairement la restitution, allant jusqu'à proposer de les prêter temporairement à leurs propriétaires légitimes. Face à cette position de domination unilatérale, les partisans de la restitution, États des anciennes colonies, intellectuels africains, chercheurs, associations des archivistes, libraires africains, diaspora des pays anciennement colonisés, organisations occidentales de la société civile solidaires des populations dominées par la colonisation, et tous réclament la restitution des objets et biens culturels à leurs propriétaires légitimes.
The debate on the restitution of goods taken by the colonizers from the colonized has taken a conflictual turn since the holders of these goods, most of the Western museums and art galleries, defend the idea of the universality of cultural goods and their acquired rights on these goods protected by the laws of the Western countries that clearly refuse restitution. So here, a short summary. They, the ones who are responsible, refuse restitution. On the other hand, there are many who contest it and who are doing that practice of restitution. For instance, civil society organizations, also from the West, in solidarity with populations dominated by colonization and the consequences, they are all calling for the restitution of cultural objects and property to their rightful owners.
Concernant le Rwanda, sur cette question de la restitution, les initiatives suivantes ont été prises ou sont en cours. Juste rapidement pour dire qu'un couple allemand, Gudrun et Otto Honke et moi-même, avons pris l'initiative en 1985 déjà, avec le concours de l'ambassade d'Allemagne, c'est vrai, Rwanda, et l'Université nationale du Rwanda, et nous avons réalisé une exposition de photos de la période coloniale allemande au Rwanda qui a eu un grand succès. Ce qui est important de souligner ici, c'est que cette exposition, non seulement a eu un grand succès, mais la même exposition a été réclamée par le musée rwandais de Kigali en 2017. Nous l'avons améliorée et nous avons actuellement à Kigali une exposition devenue permanente qui représente la mémoire d'une période de l'histoire commune du Rwanda et de l'Allemagne. Les populations qui regardaient, les participants qui venaient dans cette exposition nous disaient, eh bien, on ne savait même pas à quoi ressemblait notre dernier roi. On ne savait même pas à quoi ressemblait. Vous voyez, au niveau de la mémoire, dire aux enfants, il a existé tel roi, alors qu'on dispose de documents, de photos qui sont ici en Allemagne, dans les musées et dans les organisations religieuses, etc., et qu'au Rwanda, où ici, on n'en a rien à faire de ce que le roi ressemble à ceci ou cela, qu'il ait existé ou pas, mais il n'y a pas ces images-là. Nous avons pu les restituer. D'autre part, en 1989, environ 600 objets muséographiques ont été transférés au Musée national du Rwanda. Un projet de digitalisation des archives rwandaises se trouvant en Belgique a commencé en 2019. De même, l'Office rwandais des mines, pétrole et gaz a initié avec la Belgique un projet de récupération des données géologiques et minières. Il y a également un projet de restitution de la musicologie rwandaise détenu par le Musée royal d'Afrique centrale de Ruanne. Je signale ça tout simplement pour dire que ce n'est pas que les pays refusent toujours, c'est que c'est plus complexe que ça. Et je vous dirai comment plus loin, comment ça pose vraiment d'autres problèmes, parce qu'on ne peut pas non plus accepter n'importe quoi, comment on vous donne ça, on ne sait même pas ce que vous avez, etc.
So, Tonton Regera points out to two exhibitions. For instance, in 1985, that he co-realized with two further researchers, Gudrun and Otto Honke, and also in 2017, which was a follow-up due to also the effect of the exhibition in 1985, and many Rwandese who mentioned, for instance, we did not even know how our former king looked like, and that this was actually a realization of the fact that in German institutions, for instance, museums, but also religious institutions, what has been kept here is actually the memory that has been taken from Rwandese today. And also, Damien Regera wants to point out to the fact that it's not all countries who defend restitution. There are some projects going on, projects of restitution, but still it needs to be thorough and seriously taken on because they cannot accept anything and there needs to be a continuous restitution. So, for instance, he points out to a project of digitization of Rwandan archives that Belgium started in 2019, so not long ago. Similarly, the Rwandan Office of Mines, Oil and Gas has initiated a project with Belgium to recover geological and mining data. There's also a project for the restitution of Rwandan musicology held by the Royal Museum for Central Africa and Tervuren. A very problematic museum, but still it is important to point out that there is research going on at the moment.
Rapidement, pour vous dire qu'ici en Allemagne, dans le musée d'ethnologie, il y a 904 crânes rwandais Et pour l'Allemagne a déclaré qu'elle pouvait rendre les crânes, mais le Rwanda a demandé qu'il y ait une commission, une équipe conjointe de chercheurs rwandais allemands pour étudier le contexte de la collecte de ces restes humains et leur provenance. Est-ce que ces gens ont été tués? Est-ce qu'on a été les chercher dans les... Il n'y avait pas de cimetière chez nous, il y avait des grottes et des cavernes où on déposait, c'était des lieux sacrés. Est-ce qu'on a été profaner ces lieux pour prendre les crânes? En tout cas, comme je vous l'ai dit tout à l'heure, les crânes étaient pour étudier, étaient pour prouver la supériorité de la race blanche sur les Noirs. Et donc, une enquête a été menée au Rwanda, dans 13 districts sur 30, pour demander à la population si ces restes humains rwandais venaient à être rendus, qu'est-ce que vous en pensez? 78% des personnes interrogées veulent le retour rapide de ces restes humains. 68% veulent une réparation. Et parmi eux, 33% veulent une réparation financière. 88% estiment que c'est au gouvernement de gérer la réparation. 93% souhaitent un monument, un mémorial ou un musée dédié à toutes les victimes de la colonisation allemande. Donc, ils étendent plus loin que les crânes. 48% préfèrent un mémorial et 45% un musée. La Belgique nie détenir le corps du roi qu'il a exilé, Yohikatre Musinga, en RD Congo. Elle avait accepté de rapatrier son corps et de le rendre à son fils, le roi Mutara III Rudahigwa. Non seulement cette promesse n'a pas été tenue, mais on ne sait même pas où se trouve son corps. Et comme ça, gentiment, comme si on était des enfants, non, on ne sait pas où il est. Il est mort entre leurs mains. Alors, quels sont les défis? Bon, j'arrête.
Aussi très rapidement. The mention now is of skulls, 904 skulls, in fact, that are still here kept in the German museum, and where there is restitution going on, actually in a joint between German and Rwandese researchers. Now, Damian Rigra mentioned a survey. I will make brackets here to now talk about Belgium that still denies holding the body of King Yuhi IV Musinga, which it exiled to the DR Congo. He exiled actually to the DR Congo, and that body is still being denied to be in the capture of Belgium. It had agreed to repatriate his body and return it to his son, King Mutara III Rudahigwa. Not only has this promise not been kept, but we do not even know where his body is.
On s'achemine vers la conclusion, mais avant la conclusion, je voudrais vous dire quels sont les défis pour le Rwanda, les défis de la restitution. Eh bien, il y a un grand défi, très important, l'absence d'un inventaire complet de tout le patrimoine national et des biens dont il est propriétaire, ainsi que de leur localisation exacte. Tout à l'heure, je vous ai donné la liste des pays où on sait que ces objets sont détenus, mais on ne sait pas quels sont ces objets-là. Donc on ne connaît pas ce patrimoine-là, on ne connaît pas leur espèce, on ne sait pas. Et ceci handicape le fait d'avoir un plan cohérent, coordonné de restitution, ainsi que des règles et des moyens de conservation de ce patrimoine. Ils sont dans quel état? Un exemple, les objets qui étaient ici du Rwanda, dans le musée ethnologique à Berlin, ils avaient été stockés dans le musée, dans la partie de l'Allemagne de l'Est, ici. Et personne n'a regardé ça. Et c'est après la réunification de l'Allemagne qu'on a vu que ces objets étaient là. Et c'est là qu'on a découvert qu'il y avait des crânes. Ceux qui les avaient déposés là étaient morts. Et donc, c'est un véritable défi. L'absence d'instruments légaux permettant au Rwanda de contraindre les pays possesseurs de son patrimoine et de le lui rendre, étant donné que les législations de ces pays sont fermées à toute possibilité de sortir ces biens. Les interlocuteurs de ces pays ont développé des outils de discussion qui ne favorisent pas le dialogue, pendant que de l'autre côté, on n'a pas suffisamment d'ossature de législation pour contrer les législations européennes.
So we talk now about the challenges. We are close to the we are out of time, but there's no time, of course. We want to come to the conclusion and to talk, of course, about the challenges. On va faire très court pour après au moins avoir une ou deux questions parce que on dépasse déjà. Non, je vais quand même traduire très courtement mais on va passer après à la conclusion. So we have the absence of a coherent and coordinated restitution plan as well as rules and means for the conservation of this heritage. At the same time, the absence of a complete inventory of all its national heritage and properties owned and the exact location. Of course, we need to talk also about the legislation that is missing because the legislation is still in the hands of the former colonial states. So the absence of legal instruments enabling Rwanda to compel the countries that own its heritage to return it, given that the legislation of these countries is closed to any possibility of removing these properties. And here, short, we come to the conclusion.
Je vais conclure, comme ça c'est plus simple. Parce que ce qu'on fait actuellement, c'est les négociations entre le gouvernement, entre les institutions des musées, négociations pour la digitalisation. Et donc, le Rwanda privilégie ce dialogue-là et les négociations en attendant d'avoir tous les moyens de pouvoir discuter. La conclusion, c'est que après le génocide perpétré contre les Tutsis, le Rwanda s'est rouvré dans tous les domaines. Il lui reste à recouvrer toute sa mémoire à travers la restitution et le rapatriement de ces objets usuels de la vie quotidienne de l'époque coloniale qu'il n'a jamais vu et de ses biens culturels, archives, culturels, symboliques et des restes humains. Tout simplement déjà pour pouvoir réconcilier les vivants et les morts. Pour ce faire, tous les pays qui ont subi le viol de la colonisation devraient se coordonner et unir leurs efforts et leurs moyens, soutenir les initiatives des sociétés civiles et des diasporas qui se battent pour cette cause, pour faire tomber les murs d'une colonisation qui continue, avec le refus de rendre les biens spoliés à leur propriété légitime. C'est une question de droit et de justice, et je vous remercie pour votre attention.
Merci beaucoup, Tonton Reguera. The necessity of the full recovery. The full recovery, of course, after the genocide against the Tutsi, there has been recovery of the country, political, social, but it needs a full recovery of the memory. I would not like to close without one question. Je voudrais pas terminer sans une question. Yes, please. I will give you the microphone.
Merci beaucoup pour votre lecture. C'était très intéressant et très important pour nous aussi comme nouvelle génération de comprendre notre histoire. Et aussi, je m'intéresse aux conséquences de cette histoire et au rapport à l'anthropologie, puisque vous êtes un anthropologue africain-rwandais. J'aimerais bien savoir qu'est-ce que vous pensez en fait de l'avenir de l'anthropologie. Qu'est-ce qu'on doit faire? Qu'est-ce qu'ils doivent faire les anthropologues africains, c'est comme l'anthropologie et l'étude de l'homme, c'est l'étude de l'homme liée à cette époque coloniale que vous avez bien décrite, que vous avez bien présentée. qu'est-ce que vous pourriez nous dire pour l'avenir de l'anthropologie africaine?
Rapidement, l'anthropologie, c'est comme l'histoire, c'est comme toutes les sciences. Les peuples colonisés les ont appris des sorciers blancs. Et il y a des méthodes qui restent, qui sont valables, qui sont des méthodes scientifiques de collecte de données, d'analyse. Et donc ça, nous devons garder ça et simplement faire comme Cheikh Anta Diop, qui, grand historien, a pu travailler sur des travaux comme antériorité des civilisations nègres. C'était avec des méthodes historiques. Nous avons, par exemple, au niveau de l'anthropologie, l'archéologie, c'est capital. Actuellement au Rwanda, si j'ai pu vous restituer l'histoire du Rwanda, c'est grâce à des archéologues rwandais qui n'ont pas d'ailleurs appris l'archéologie ni en Belgique, ni en France, ni etc., mais au Danemark. Et donc, qui ont travaillé surtout en Afrique. Et je retiendrai que nous devons avoir plus ces sciences-là dirigées par les Africains. Si l'histoire du Rwanda a été rétablie par des historiens rwandais, avec des méthodes qui sont des méthodes scientifiques qu'on ne peut pas récuser ni en Europe ni nulle part, eh bien, c'est qu'ils ont appris à travailler avec les méthodes scientifiques des historiens, comme les anthropologues doivent apprendre. Nous devons faire en sorte qu'il y ait une génération, une nouvelle génération de nos anthropologues, de nos historiens, de nos psychologues, pour pouvoir faire avancer les choses de l'intérieur.
So thank you for that question regarding the anthropology. Of course, we know the damage that anthropology has caused, at least the one that has falsified history coming from Western institutions. And the question was now, what about the future of anthropology? And Damien Reguera pointed out to the fact that it needs to be local. You mentioned, for instance, Cheikh Anta Diop, who did long research and historical research based on facts, but also based on what is known on the continent. And this is what the next generation needs to continue. With that, I would like to say thank you for that very vital attention. Thank you, Damien Reguera, for that presentation. Thank you so much. I give the mic
Merci beaucoup. Thank you.
I give the mic to my colleague Sagal Farah.
Yeah? Okay, wonderful. Thank you so much, Arlette. Next on our program is a dance performance titled Pieces of Memory. Zaratiana Randrian Tanaina was born in Madagascar. She studied contemporary dance, anatomy, and music at the Conservatoire de Musique et de Danse de Paris. After her participation in the Dialogue Project 09, should I tell people to? Okay. After her participation in the Dialogue Project 09, Neues Museum by Sascha Waltz and guests, she joined the company and has since participated in numerous creations and repertory pieces. She interprets, amongst others, the role of Juliet in Romeo and Juliet. In addition to her activities, she's involved in several improvisation performances and education projects. In 2014, she led a workshop on dance and architecture at Technische Universität Berlin, and contributed as a choreographer to the project Open Your Ears at the Konzerthaus Berlin with Davide Camplani. In 2019, she initiated the workshop La Danse en Partage in Antananarivo. In 2021, she led a project of creative support for young artists called ELO in Madagascar. The dance performance Pieces of Memory is a process-oriented work reflecting on post-colonialism and identity. What constitutes our identity? How can a scattered or a lost souvenir nurture a full identity? The artist proposes an installation and performance inspired by the Malagasy ritual called Fitampoa, Bath of Relics. She engages her body in an act of remembering as a dialogue as the installation unfolds. The object of loss is materialized and becomes itself a potential tool of recollection.
Thank you very much, Sarah. It's very difficult to find words after the body has spoken. And one of the greatest things we've missed in this year and a half of lockdown is to witness this, to have the body speak to us, you know, to see the sweat, to also feel the pain, you know, come from the abdomen, come out. It's something I've missed incredibly, and it is basically the reason Savi was made. So we've been made obsolete for the past year and a half. So thank you for bringing that in again. Thank you. We will do a short break of 5 minutes to set the stage for Philomène Tungi to come up. So bear with us, grab some air, and come back in 5 minutes. Thank you. So, it gives me great pleasure to introduce to you Philomène Tsungi. Sound has played a very important part in what we do at Savvy Contemporary from the very onset. And it's always about listening between the tones. I haven't really met her, but I just met her today for a bit. And it's such a great pleasure because I've been following her work for some time now. As you would imagine, on Instagram. And she does these short jams, and I follow them almost like a disciple, because I'm trying to listen to what is happening in between those tones. And I've come to understand that there is the music, but there is a message in the music, like with every drum. And in this case, I've been pushed to think about communication. How do we communicate through the sonic? How does the drum play a role in that? And I had to think of a piece that was written in 1928 by a guy called Nana Amoah III, and it was published in a magazine in the US. And he wrote the following in terms of communication and the drum. I'll just read a short excerpt of it. And he said, "The radio has been discovered recently, but Africa has had for centuries a radio system of its own. A simple system, of course, but quite efficient, the drum. There are two ways of communicating with various states. Large drums, which are the most common and are generally named tom-tom, which is made up of a trunk tree 2.5 feet long and hollowed, the top covered with the skin of an animal like the drum in your modern band. The drummer sits astride and beats it with 2 sticks, or a stick and the palm of his hand, to produce sounds like the Morse code. I'm interested in that. This means of communication with the drum, with any form of drum, but knowing fully well that something is given and something is gotten out of it. There's another thing I'm really interested in, which is the notion of popular music, because Philomène has also been moving within that space, playing with, contemporary musicians like Megalo and so on and so forth. And I'm interested in that because whenever we go out there and we dance to something, there is much more than dancing. The performance, which is the knowledge the body carries, is something that's always transmitted in that space. So I'm interested in the messages that are also hidden within that space of popular culture. And this is why we also invited Philomène Tsungi to join us tonight to play, to give us the chance to listen to what is between the tones. But there's something I'm also very interested in, which is poetry. And in the 1 year of following her work, I've seen stints of that. And very recently, she posted something that I hope she allows for me to read it, which is a poem that I thought very much could stand in as a summary of what we've been doing all day long and what we'll be doing for the next 3 days. And it reads, Ich löse mich auf und Abermillionen schwarze Quadrate tragen mich in die Welt. It's very difficult to translate, but I'll try. I dissolve myself, or I get dissolved, and several million black squares carry me into the world. Sie kennen meine Geschichte. Sie kennen meinen Schmerz. Sie kennen meine Gedanken. You know my history or my story. You know my pain. You know my thoughts. Es schreit die Einheit, der Stille ins Gesicht, und in Schwarz fällt alles, was nicht laut genug zurückbrüllt. Unity screams, or it screams of unity. Silence in your face. And in the black, and everything falls in the black. That doesn't scream too loud back. Sorry, I'm trying to do a spontaneous translation. Morgen setzt ihr mich dann wieder zusammen. Tomorrow you're going to put me back again. Ihr sagt, ihr kennt meine Geschichte. You say you know my history. Kennt meinen Schmerz, know my pain. Kennt meine Gedanken, know my thoughts. Ihr habt sie euch geformt. You formed it for yourself. Aus Abermillionen schwarze Quadrate, from more than 1 million black squares, aufgelöster Schwestern, aufgelöster Brüder, dissolved sisters, dissolved brothers. I wanted to read this because not only did I find the poem very profound, not only did I find the poem as an expression of that which is between the tones, not only because I thought that it expresses what we are trying to do today, but because in the more than a year of listening to her, I have thought that there is something extremely poetic that has been in the music and that she's been trying to convey, to translate, to transmit, to push to us. So it's a great, great pleasure to have you with us, Philomène. Thank you for coming.
Virgen de la Candelaria, patrona de Cartagena. Virgen de la Candelaria, este homenaje sincero, yo te traigo esta plegaria pa' tu raza piel morena. Baila la cumbia morena al compás del llamado. Baila la cumbia morena al compás del llamado. Que se te acabe la vela en la rueda del cumbión. Que se te acabe la vela en la rueda del cumbión. Dejé a mi tierra natal pa' volver a Cartagena, para traerte esta cumbia que simboliza mi raza, como ese folclor de campo y tu muralla Cartagena. Se viste el pueblo de gala con luces multicolor, en la rueda de la cumbiamba se oye el sonar del tambor. En la rueda de la cumbiamba se oye el sonar del tambor. Vamos, Tony, con esa caja. ¡Opa! José Anillo, vamos con Betty para Barranquilla. Ya vienen los carnavales. Antepasados los que iniciaron la cumbia, haciendo ritos sagrados, descubrieron el cardón, de donde nació la gaita que es tema de mi folclor. De donde nació la gaita que es tema de mi folclor. Los únicos descendientes que llevan de en su sangre, llevando la cumbia al frente, Landero y Toño Fernández. ¿Y quién más? Alfonso Castro, espera Landero, en poco a poco. Se manchó, todito se ha descompuesto, hasta el plateo se murió, para ahí es que va la cosa, porque mi negra se fue, por la mala situación, oye mi maja y no había con qué comer, por la mala situación, oye mi maja y no había con qué comer. ¡Opa! caney. Yo le voy a echar candela a ese maldito caney. Si mi negra no regresa, y en mi bello me quemaré con él. Si mi negra no regresa, y en mi bello me quemaré con él.
Pongo la canción, señores, la contesta y orquestra. Me llama Quite, canto bolero, canto guagongo, canto biguín, canto mazuca y bomba. Bang, bang, yo sé que bang, 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 yo sé que bang, 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 bang. Yo sé que bang bang, bang bang. Yo sé que bang bang. ¿Cómo no? En Guadalupe, en Martinica, y tierra en el mar de Caribe. Tiene salsa, tiene sabor. Y que canta, Christoph toca, ¿cómo no? Bang bang. Yo sé que bang bang, bang bang. Yo sé que bang bang, bang bang. Yo sé que bang bang, bang bang. Yo sé que bang bang. La contesta tiene salsa, tiene sabor. En Guadalupe me llama Tieke. Con la contesta traigo bolero, traigo bomba, traigo biguín y mazuca. ¿Cómo no? Bang bang. Yo sé que bang bang, bang bang. Yo sé que bang bang, bang bang. Yo sé que bang bang, bang bang. Yo sé que bang bang. ¿Cómo no?
Pajarolito de la madrugada, pajarolito de la madrugada. Sol, 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 sundambae. Sol, 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 sundambae. Pajarolito de la madrugada, pajarolito de la madrugada. Sun, 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 sundambae. Sun, 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 sundambae. Pajarolito de la madrugada, pajarolito de la madrugada. Sol, 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 sundambae. Sol, 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 sundambae. Pajarolito de la madrugada, pajarolito de la madrugada. Sun, 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 sundambae. Sun, 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 sundambae. Pajarolito de la madrugada, pajarolito de la madrugada. Sol, 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 sundambae. Sol, 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 sundambae. Pajarolito de la madrugada, pajarolito de la madrugada. Sun, 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 sundambae. Sun, 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 sundambae. Pajarolito de la madrugada, pajarolito de la madrugada. Sol, 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 sundambae. Sol, 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 sundambae. Pajarolito de la madrugada, pajarolito de la madrugada. Sun, 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 sundambae. Sun, 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 sundambae. Pajarolito de la madrugada, pajarolito de la madrugada. Sol, 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 sundambae. Sol, 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 sundambae. Pajarolito de la madrugada, pajarolito de la madrugada.
Toca la marimbola, toca la marimbola, toca la marimbola, toca la marimbola, toca la marimbola. Toca la marimbola, toca la marimbola, toca la marimbola, toca la marimbola, toca la marimbola. Patricia, no está. Se fue. De velocidad. José Mate, toca la marimbola. Cuando hay velorio en San Basilio. José Mate, toca la marimbola. Cuando hay velorio en San Basilio. Tócame la marimbomba, tócame la marimbomba, tócame la marimbomba, tócame la marimbola. Tócame la marimbomba, tócame la marimbomba, tócame la marimbomba, tócame la marimbola. Teresita Terego, ya murió, ya descansó. Teresita Terego, y ahora vamos entera con Benji y el llamado. Los tambores suenan ya, se prende el baile en Palenque, porque para la gloria va, patata toque tambo, festejando su final. Toca la marimbola, toca la marimbombola, toca la marimbola, toca la marimbombola, toca la marimbola, toca la marimbombola, toca la marimbola, toca la marimbombola. Teresita Terego, ya murió, ya descansó. Teresita Terego, va para la gloria de Dios. Tus amigos te despiden, adiós, adiós, adiós. En San Basilio el que muere se despide con tambor.
Mais assez frotté, ou qu'à transpirer, toute gorge à mouiller, doudou arrêté, moi paie pas qu'un bé, tout le monde qu'a gardé, mais ou pas mêlé, ou qu'à prendre plaisir, et ou qu'à sourire, on s'avoue jaloux, pas prendre rendez-vous. ¿Quieres que llegue Coroncoro? Sí. Coroncoro se murió a tu mae. Déjala morir. Coroncoro se murió a tu pai. Déjala morir. Coroncoro se murió a tu mamá. Déjala morir. Coroncoro. 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 Coroncoro.
coro, 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 coro.
se murió tu prima. Déjala morir. Coron, coro. Coron, coro. Coron, coro. Coron, coron, coro. Coron, coron, coro. Coron, coron, coro. Ay. Coron, coro. Coron, coron, coro. Uva. Coron, coro. Coron, coro. Coro se murió tu hija. Déjala morir. Coron, coro se murió tu hijo. Déjala morir. Coron, coro murió coronco. Déjala morir. Murió coron, corito. Déjala morir. Coron, coro desde que te fuiste. Me quise morir. Coron, coro. Uva. Coron, coro. 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 Coro. Eva. Coron, coro. Coron, coro. Coro. Coron, coro. Coro. Coron, coro. Se murió tu tío. Déjala morir. Se murió tu prima hermana. Déjala morir. Se murió tu prima hermana. Déjala morir. Coron, coro desde que te fuiste. Me quise morir. Coron, coro. 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 Qué bonito. Coron, qué bonito. Coron, curiosito. Coron, curiosito. Coron, oh chiquito. Coron, oh chiquito. Coron, oh chiquito. Coron, coron, coro. Uva. Coron, coro. Coron, coron, coro. Coron, murió tu prima hermana. Déjala morir. Se murió tu prima hermana. Déjala morir.
¡Simpe me trago! ¡Whipiti! ¡Whipita! ¡Whipiti! ¡Whipita!
cantando San Pablo, bonito te canto a ti. Me estoy cantando San Pablo, bonito te canto a ti. Tierra donde hacen fandango, ay fue donde yo nací. Tierra donde hacen fandango, ay fue donde yo nací. Ay de mi cumbia, la zampapera. Ay de mi cumbia, la zampapera. Pa' que amanezca, prendan la vela. Pa' que amanezca, prendan la vela. Cuando yo llego a San Pablo, siempre cantando mi son. Cuando llego a San Pablo, siempre cantando mi son. Gritan todos mis paisanos, le está cantando mi son. Gritan todos mis paisanos, le está cantando mi son. Baile mi cumbia, la zampalera. Baile mi cumbia, la zampalera. Pa' que amanezca, prenda la vela. Pa' que amanezca, prenda la vela. Oh patrono de mi pueblo, permíteme que te cante. Oh patrono de mi pueblo, permíteme que te cante. Quiero que me des la mano y echa mi grupo adelante. Quiero que me des la mano y echa mi grupo adelante. Baile mi cumbia, la zampalera. Baile mi cumbia, la zampalera. Pa' que amanezca, prenda la vela. Pa' que amanezca, prenda la vela. Voy cantando pa' San Pablo, se lo repito otra vez. Voy cantando pa' San Pablo, se lo repito otra vez. Gritan todos mis paisanos, ahí está cantando Valdés. Gritan todos mis paisanos, ahí está cantando Valdés. Baile mi cumbia, la zampalera. Baile mi cumbia, la zampalera. Pa' que amanezca, prenda la vela. Pa' que amanezca, prenda la vela. Oye los Pampi del Mafia, Salvador Valdés, en la tumbadora. Juega. Baile mi cumbia, la zampalera. Baile mi cumbia, la zampalera. Pa' que amanezca, prendan la vela. Pa' que amanezca, prendan la vela.
Lloro yo.
A pila el arroz, lloro yo.
A pila, lloro yo.
A pila el arroz, lloro yo.
A pila, lloro yo.
A pila el arroz, lloro yo.
Es que lo pilaba ya se acabó.
A pila el arroz, lloro yo.
A que lo pilaba ya se acabó.
A pila el arroz, lloro yo.
Ay, en Araca ya se acabó.
A pila el arroz, lloro yo.
Ay, en Santana ya se acabó.
A pila el arroz, lloro yo.
En Pasacaballo ya se acabó.
A pila el arroz, lloro yo.
Ay, en Baró se acabó.
A pila el arroz, lloro yo.
Ay, lloro yo, lloro yo.
A pila el arroz, lloro yo.
Lloro yo, lloro yo.
A pila el arroz, lloro yo.
Huevo muchacho, lloro yo.
A pila el arroz, lloro yo.
Huevo muchacho, lloro yo.
A pila el arroz, lloro yo.
La que lo pilaba ya se acabó.
A pila el arroz, lloro yo.
Lloro yo, lloro yo.
A pila el arroz, lloro yo.
Lloro yo, lloro yo.
A pila el arroz, lloro yo.
La que lo pilaba ya se acabó.
Pila el arroz, lloro yo.
Oye, Estefanía ya se acabó.
A pila el arroz, lloro yo.
Oye, Estefanía ya se acabó.
Pila el arroz, lloro yo.
Pero te vine loco yo.
A pila el arroz, lloro yo.
Lloro yo, lloro yo.
A pila el arroz, lloro yo.
Lloro yo, lloro yo.
A pila el
Shinta una presinya kandi buchiga na mi. O flampa no pai. para no terra Cabo Verde. Chinta una pracinha, candibo chigarani. Vou flampa no bai, para no terra Cabo Verde. Pambai paun, para no terra Cabo Verde. Pambai paun, para no terra Cabo Verde. Paun, para no terra Cabo Verde. Vou flampa no bai, para no baju bem nos ter, para no baju bem nos mai, para no baju bem nos cresceu. Vou flampa no bai, para no baju bem nos ter, para no baju bem nos mai, para no baju bem nos cresceu. Paun, para na terra Cabo Verde. Paun, para na terra Cabo Verde. Paun, para na terra Cabo Verde. Terra sabe, 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 me. Lê que não passa, sabe.